A court of fairies and fiction. ACOTAR Girls Podcast. Hosts Mel and Liv. Season 2, Episode 3, A Study in Starlight.
Okay, hello.
Hello.
As I was saying, I've been sending you connections and theories literally all week. We didn't even film last time we attempted to film, so
I know.
I'm all backed up on theories and shit. Like weeks worth. Weeks worth. I don't even know where to start. I don't know where to start. Should I start with like the simpler things and then get into the more complicated?
Yeah, maybe start with the simpler. Let's start there and then get
I took so many fucking screenshots today.
of just Hofast or of something else.
Everything. Everything. I
was telling Melanie, right? Like, I know we've talked about this on the pod and stuff, but she's like, I have so many theories, and I'm so excited to hear all of them because I read I'm reading Hofast, I read it, and then I'm listening to it, and I'm like, I feel like she killed off all of our theories. I don't even know what could possibly but I'm excited to hear what you have to say because maybe I'm wrong.
Okay, well, apparently there was a big chunk of ACOTAR that I forgot to highlight, unless my Kindle glitched and it just erased highlights. I don't know, because I've been over that book a million times and there's still shit that I don't remember.
I know. There's a lot that happens in ACOTAR.
Do you remember in I think it was our Amarantha video, like the beginning of the first season, when I said that he had to have been trading in Prithian and that's how he knew Vasa, because he had to get permission to go over the wall and everything?
Mm-hmm.
I found proof in ACOTAR that I had not highlighted. I found proof.
I'm so excited to hear it. I want to hear all about it.
Papa fucking Archer on.
Papa Archer.
And it's one of those fucking scenes where Farah is like, but, and then trails off, and then she remembers something. It's like, I have it right here.
All right, let's read it.
So, this is when they first walk into the High Lords meeting. And you would think that I would remember this because, anyway. And Vivian and Calais and more and Reese are making all the jokes or whatever.
Yeah.
And so then it cuts to Helion. And Farah says, the third High Lord had at last approached from across the pool. My father had once bought and traded a gold and lapis lazuli pendant that hailed from the ruins of an arid southeastern kingdom, where the Fae had ruled as gods amid swaying date palms and sand-swept palaces. I'd been mesmerized by the colors, the artistry, but more interested in the shipment of myrrh and figs that had come with it. A few of the latter my father had snuck to me while I loitered in his office. Even now, I could still taste their sweetness on my tongue, still smell that earthy scent, and I couldn't quite explain why, but ... I remembered that ancient necklace and those exquisite delicacies as he prowled towards us.
I totally I remember it now that you say it. Totally forgot that.
He had to be talking about the day court.
He had to,
because
also,
then it goes into his entourage's the rich dyes of their robes and how he was wearing one of those togas, and it was the blues and the reds and she was comparing it to the necklace, the blue necklace.
That's amazing that you found that. Wait, have you read Tower of Dawn yet?
No, I'm still in the middle of Queen of Shadows.
Okay, no, that's okay. That's okay, because I was it also sounds I feel like I haven't read it yet, but Nestrin and Sartak too. I'm are they all connected? I want to know if they're all connected. I don't know. Because isn't their kingdom like Helion's too?
I'm pretty sure.
I don't know, but
again, we have the ancient wayfarers and the world walkers, and it's who is a world walker? I just need to know who is one of them. Like, who are the world walkers?
I know.
I need to know.
I need to know. I need to know now. Did you see? I actually am so proud of you for finding that. That was amazing. And like favorite Papa Archer so sus. He's so sus.
Can you imagine out of fucking everyone if he's the one that gets fucking resurrected?
Oh, there's no way. There's no way.
Well, remember in the Koshi war lore, they do resurrect I forget who it is, but a character. Koshi like resurrects someone to like fuck with them.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Who would?
I forget the whole lore or whatever, but like Koshi resurrects someone or whoever the character is, Yvonne or whatever, resurrects someone to, I don't know, find the different pieces of the soul or whatever. And I'm like, which is why I thought that the whole carved rose thing was always weird. Because I feel like there's something about that rose that they put on his grave. I don't know why.
That's interesting to me because I didn't think much of that.
Nesta takes it from the mantle when they go back to the hovel or whatever to remember him by or whatever. I don't know. And then she's like, oh, well, he carved this for Elaine because she's always been like the delicate rose or whatever. And so then I was like, well, I still think he made a bargain with Koshi regarding Elaine. And like, I don't know how that's going to come into play, but he had to give him something to release Vasa to help them in the war.
But also that would be, because I think about this a lot, and I know you and I have talked about it. That would be such a crappy dad thing to do, to like give up your beautiful daughter to Koshi.
I mean, it kind of tracks with his character, trying to do the right thing, but fucking it up.
That's true. He's always kind of been like a fuck up. Like, that sounds terrible.
Not to be mean, but people have been saying that about Therian, how they're like, or Ethan. They're like, Ethan is trying all this shit and he keeps fucking everything up.
Not my baby. Like, how can they say that?
I know. Well, he did.
I mean, he
like
did.
He wanted to save Sigrid, and then he turned her into a Reaper, and then he's like, he's like that's a Papa Archeron thing too. He like tries, but then it's always the wrong decision.
Oh, Ethan Holstrom. I would marry Ethan in an instant.
Ethan.
He's poor Ethan. He can't catch a break in anything. Like, please, like, I volunteer.
I'm so interested to read the Ethan and Perry parts that you guys are talking about where her scent is weird. I can't wait. But that's just a little aside. I don't know.
I was hoping that we'd get someone more than Perry. Like, he's known Perry for a while, and I don't know. I'm surprised by that.
Parasite, and now that we know that, well, obviously the shifters were from the Tog world, but now that we know that, like, he basically has Rowan's power as well.
Winds? I know.
Yeah, the ice and the snow.
I know.
So this is so. How is she gonna bring Tog into this? Because obviously they're descendants, but Lydia has Brannon and Aylin's fire, Rowan's ring. Ethan has the shifter powers, but he's a wolf, and the ice and snow. Tamlin has the shifter powers, the wind, and I don't know, the glow, I guess you could say. So it's like, are they all related? Do we know? Do we not know? I mean,
I know. Well, because Ethan, did you say Adion? Is that how you say his name? Adion? Adion. I mean, he sounds. Who else do we know that is a shifter into a wolf? I mean, so the way that I was thinking about, because that latest interview, was it with Jenna Hager, I think, or I can't remember who it was. She was saying
Jenna Bush, Hager,
Jenna Bush, she's gonna write an ACOTAR book, and then the book after ACOTAR, is that the one that she says she's gonna get kind of emotional because of the characters?
She's
So
like, I've been waiting a long time. The story's been brewing in my mind for a long time. And I was like, my head immediately went to, okay, it's a Minorian novel.
that's what I think. I think it's gonna be Minorian because what I've heard is they kind of like it's a cliffhanger with them.
Yeah.
And then I wonder if we'll go to Minorian, and then after Minorian, it's gonna be Crescent City with Ethan going and figuring out his Tog shifter. Are we gonna go back to the Tog role?
And then the Moore and Eris novella, because we think Moore is a witch.
Yeah.
Which that was really all that I had to say about Papa Archeron. Just,
Sorry.
close
I
that
didn't
out.
mean.
But that was another thing I was texting you about today, the fucking witches and Dorian and Manon. Because I read a couple pages of Queen of Shadows today.
Ooh.
And I just had to stop right before like the biggest fucking, not the biggest reveal, but one of the big reveals, which is that people who have been experimented on by Valg, but have not actually been affected, have quote unquote black eyes with gold flecks. So in the scene before, Astrid is talking to Manon, and she's like, oh, those black eyes with the golden flecks or whatever. And then literally the next chapter, like the Roland, the guy that they found in the tunnels that was Valg or whatever, is there, and the Valg is controlling him, and he like erupts the room into darkness. So I think he's being controlled by a Valg king, not a Valg prince. So he erupts everything into darkness, and the witches are screaming. But Manon is like, she's affected like by some of it, but not as bad as the others of the 13. And so like it ends, she beheads him, she kills him, gives him peace, whatever. And so she makes note, she's like, oh, those who had been affected, their eyes remained blue, green, whatever their eye color was. But those who had, not been affected, their eyes were black with golden flecks. And I'm
so
like,
the people that were strong enough to like not become Valg have black eyes
with golden flecks. So they basically like took in some of the Valg, I'm assuming. I don't know, and could like weather it. I don't know. And so Manon has fully gold eyes, as we know. So Astrid already had black eyes with golden flecks. And do you remember? We are up to Queen of Shadows, right?
No,
not
yet. No.
Oh,
I'm way behind you.
So there's a part where she's the rebel, and her and Manon fight constantly. Manon threatens to kill her constantly because she steps out of line. Because Astrid like mouths off to her, doesn't give a fuck. And so she's like, and is it Ghislaine? I think it's Ghislaine that has a line, and she's like, oh, like, you don't know everything Astrid's been through. Yeah, she's mouthy and all of this other stuff or whatever, but you don't know everything or whatever. And they're talking about Manon's grandmother, and obviously she's a piece of shit. She's like this, like, she's the one that wants them to be infected by Valg and shit. And so I'm putting it together, like, I asked the chat, I was like, her fucking grandmother tried to bind Astrid with Valg to control her at some point. That's how she has the black eyes with golden flecks before this happened. And so someone just put like a eyes emoji. And I'm like, oh, I knew it. I knew it. So I found out that Dorian and Manon get along so well because when Dorian's infected by Valg, he's only infected by a Valg prince. And because Manon has the fully gold eyes, she's descended from a Valg king. So she would have authority over the Valg inside Dorian. Which means, so the Valg inside Dorian is terrified of her. Terrified of her. Does not want to look in her eyes. Which is why when Manon's like telling Dorian to speak, like he can talk in his regular voice. He can like be himself because the Valk's terrified of her because she has a higher authority than it. Yeah. Yeah. Because she's like, hello, princeling. And then he says in his regular fucking voice, hello, witchling. And I'm like,
So wait, so is the princeling referring to the Valg prince or like Dorian being a prince?
probably both.
Both?
Probably a double
Yeah.
entendre, yeah.
Yeah.
And she said like she never knew why the gold eyes were so prized among the Iron Teeth witches. It's because they descended from Valg kings.
So
the
it said
kings-
Valg kings
The
have the
kings
gold eye.
had the fully gold eyes.
Oh my god.
Yep. So, what does that say though for Tamlin? Because if you go back, and I have a lot of the screenshots, I'd have to like scroll back from today because I took so many. He still has his green eyes, but they're gold flecked. And do you remember when I was saying, like, what did Hybern and Amarantha do to him as a kid? Why did they
Yeah, I
move
remember
him
you.
in their camp as a kid?
Shut up. So
And so this leads into my theory that Amaranth and Hybern, obviously, I thought they were Asteri, but the theory is that it wasn't just a spell book. I think the spell book that Hybern had were like Asteri experiments and stuff, but that they did between worlds or whatever, right? Because I feel like the Asteri on Midgard without that book, they had like labs and stuff, like they were still doing experiments, right? I feel like they might have lost that book because Hybern had it. So
awesome.
I feel like they had put the parasite in Tamlin as a kid. And I feel like when they kind of perfected it, or up to however they could perfect it, that's the spell or the potion that Amarantha used to put in the drinks to take the powers from the High Lords. Because it says like this, it says almost the same thing that Bryce says. It says it cut off their power at the knees or something. I know. I was getting so excited. I was like, it's the fucking parasite. Because she used it to take their power into herself, remember?
Yes, I do. What?
Her eyes were black. Hybern's eyes were black.
Yeah.
And like Vesperus, Amarantha was said to have moon white skin, blood red lips. And as I told you, in the first version of the book, SJM accidentally wrote her with black hair in one scene. I feel like
Really?
I have it, and I wish I had it. I loaned it to someone at work, the janitor at work. She wanted to read ACOTAR. I loaned her.
Oh,
my
she's
ACOTAR
so
book.
sweet.
But I swear to God, my version, my print paperback version, I caught that when I was reading the first time because I was like, didn't she just have black hair? And then it was like her golden red hair, and I was like, she just had black hair. And then like the later prints, she fixed it to just be red.
So what do you think that was like intentional, like the secret she kind of slipped up in that printed version, or so what are you thinking exactly?
She looked just like Vesperus. So again, I think Amarantha was Asteri. And Hybern was Asteri.
Here's my thing, and I actually agree with that because we all know that she missed writing Amarantha and stuff like that. And there was a part of me that thought that Vesperus maybe would be Amarantha, but why did she not reveal that in Crescent City 3 if that's the case?
I don't know. Because I feel like she's waiting for the big, like, gods and everything reveal for Twilight of the Gods. We're going to read it. We're going to read all the connections, and we're going to be like, oh, that's how they all connect. Like, she has to leave some stuff for the prequel, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess she does. I guess.
But I was like, Tamlin's gold flecked eyes, those gold flecks in his eyes, the gold flecked eye, like fucking constantly.
But Aylin has green with gold flecks
No, she has teal blue eyes with a golden ring.
with golden rings.
Ring in the center. Yeah.
Mm, dang it.
Mm-hmm.
So interesting.
So my theory was that I put on Instagram, and I can actually just say it out loud here. I'm gonna mute it though. So I'll start from the beginning. In Crescent City 3, or Hofas, in Hofas, when they're trekking up to Nenya, Bryce and her parents, and Hunt, it says they could fly no further. The massive black wall stretched for miles in either direction before curving northward, with wards protecting the airspace above it. Hunt knew from the maps that the area the wall encircled was 49 miles in diameter, 7 times 7, the holiest of numbers. Now going back to ACOTAR, chapter 32, page 310, 315, and 319. Alice shuddered. You want the truth, girl? Then here it is. She took him for the curse because the 7 times 7 years were over, and he hadn't shattered it. And then he spat in her face, and she laughed. She said that he had 7 times 7 years before she claimed him, before he had to join her under the mountain. And the other one was 3 days, and he let you go. She came here with her cronies at the exact moment the 7 times 7 years were over and seized him, along with most of the court. 7 times 7.
7.
And then with the black stone thing, Ramiel has a black monolith of stone. And the caves under Hewn City were carved of black onyx stone. Amarantha's throne was black stone. Just so you know, the black stone shit. Which is weird because the Asteri and Midgard use crystal, but maybe they just want to be fancier. Who knows? Or there wasn't enough black stone after they built that wall around the Northern Rift.
Yeah.
Because, so the black stone is black salt. Just so you know.
Is it really?
Yeah. The chamber beneath Avalon, where Peleus's body was, where she was summoning the Prince of Hell, it was black salt. That's why they're like, that's the only place we can summon them, because it was made out of black salt.
Shut up. Oh my gosh. There's so much to it. That's crazy.
So, yeah. So the whole black stone thing was always weird. But Amarantha having a throne of black stone was weird. It might be a little different, but she did have the dragon sigil, and we know that the princes of hell can be killed only with dragon fire, so maybe that was some sort of like warning to stay away. I don't know.
I was gonna say, why would she have a dragon signal of that where?
Because if she's Asteri, the princes of hell would be her enemy.
That's right. That's right.
We still don't know anything about what Rhys knows. We didn't even get him hearing about, like, clearly Nesta and Azrael didn't fucking tell him about the hologram, because the bonus chapter, he still had no idea he was related to Bryce.
They're literally
Ember
cousins.
had no idea.
Yeah.
They're fucking cousins.
They're cousins.
Like,
They're literally.
You should have swung Ataraxy at her throat. You're fucking related, bro.
I know. And like, I kind of wish that they had like that had been said. But I wish that they had said like say you are cousins so that Rhys can hear it. Like, you are cousins. You're all related.
Guess what? You and Az and Bryce and Moore and Cormac and Einar and Morven and Lauren and Rune.
It's all about like the Starborn Fae. Like, it really like they're all related. I know. Oh my gosh.
So I did the whole 7x7 thing. I said, I still believe Amarantha was Asteri and Hybern was too. Hybern was killed with Truth Teller, as we said before, made weapon. We know that it's a made weapon now. I said Amarantha cursed her for 7x7 years. She has black eyes. The way that she sucked the power from them. I think she put the parasite in the potion. But a more potent version. She had the dragon sigil to ward off the princes of hell or their spawn, because dragon fire kills princes of hell. I said she was basically half raising Tamlin with his father when he was a kid with all those meetings, the way Vesperus raised Thea.
I know. I thought about that.
She wanted him and only him under her control, then him killing her with that light and a sword through her head like Bryce and Nesta did to Vesperus. With Ataraxia, another made weapon. Which is why I'm still wholly convinced that Lucian's sword is Narbin. I think we're gonna find that out. And I am going to gloat so much when that comes out because Lucian's sword, Lucian's sword, Lucian's sword, Lucian's sword. Come on. It's glaring now.
I think I agree with you. I think it's Narbin too. But it's weird because you think that more people would recognize it as Narbin because he carries it around with him.
I
Like
don't
pretty
know.
openly.
But like he carries around, but it's always sheathed. Like it's only the jeweled hilt.
You don't
right?
think people would recognize the jeweled hilt though? Like, oh, that's Narbin. Like,
Well,
I don't know.
I mean, the Night Court didn't seem to know what it looked like. They just knew of it because
Yeah.
Amryn was just like, I just know that there's another one. Like she didn't seem to know what it looked like, right?
Yeah.
I said, yeah, what if they gave the parasite to him as a kid and he was never truly at full power, and this is why he's so uncontrolled now? Like the Hofast people when they took the antidote. I said, what if the parasite potion was linked not to water in Prithian, but to Amarantha's power itself, like she was the tether, and that when Tamlin killed her and the curse was broken, then he was finally at full power for the first time in his life. And that's why he's like so rar.
Yeah.
So
That's a good way to describe it.
I know.
Aftermath. Yep.
Like he seems like so overwhelmed.
Yeah.
Like
it's so sad.
Did her back. Like he was already at 110% with like, oh, I have to wear my glamour. And it's like this was when she was sucking the power from him and when he was cursed with the mask.
Yeah.
I said some other notes that I've gathered from my own observations and some others on Facebook. I said I think the Asteri, the Daglin, and the Valg are the same, just different names for different planets. Amarantha, so someone noted that Amarantha put Feyre in a storybook of despair, much like the Valg princess did to Aelin, and that the only thing that could break Feyre out of it was love. Same with Aelin. And this was actually something that Sam had mentioned. So I texted you something earlier, and I swear to God, and I did a voice note, and I swear to God, not more than 5 minutes later when I opened TikTok, the first video that I see was talking about the same fucking thing. Sam,
What?
creative LBD. I'm going to go into it in a little bit.
Yeah.
Amarantha's magic, while connected to the High Lords, is white, but when the curse is broken, her dark magic lashes out at Tamlin and cannot touch his golden light, his second skin, remember? Highburn, when he's connected to the cauldron, his magic also appears as white light, because remember he collared them with white light. But as soon as that connection is broken, dark power wafts from his fingertips, and then during the war, it swirls like a dark galaxy in his palm as he faces Nesta right before Elaine kills him using Truth Teller. What the Asteri have shown is that only white magic and light, which Bryce discovers is not theirs, but a buildup of all the magic that they have stolen over the years, which again tracks because Highburn, I think, was stealing second light, and Amarantha was stealing first light. We don't ever get to see them use their true magic, which could have been the same dark magic as the Valg. They also could, so in Midgard, the Asteri could have been glamoring their blood to be red, because remember, Vesperus's blood was black, but when Polaris is stabbed, her blood is red.
Interesting.
Unless that was just, it could be an editing error. We can't really rule that out.
I was gonna say, you can't rule that out.
It was like,
okay,
it rained down, the red droplets rained down, like whatever. So they could be, I mean, they are technically in host bodies. I mean, all of them would be, but maybe it depends on how long they've been in the host body.
Or are we wrong and the Asteri and then the No, the Asteri and the Daglin are the same, but like
No,
the
Asteri and
Valg,
the Valg have black blood. But
but
here's the
maybe
thing.
the Asteri and Valg are different.
But no, because Adis tells Bryce, when he looks at Hunt's halo, he says, "You have a black crown." He calls it the black crown, remember? And he says the black crowns in the older worlds used to be black collars. And they changed it to be stronger to enslave them better. They fixed.
When did
to
Adis
enslave
say
them.
this?
During the hell scene, when he's like, "Oh, we're your dads." It was during that scene.
Oh, I don't remember him saying it used to be a collar.
Yeah, he says the black crowns in the old worlds used to be a black collars.
How to forget that?
And they have adapted to, enslave them better, basically, to keep a better leash on them. So I was like, I highlighted it and I was like, they are Valg. So,
but they're not bleeding the same.
So, yeah. So what if it depends on how long they've been in the host body? Because
like they've infected it to the point.
Because they can hop bodies pretty much whenever they want. So
yeah,
maybe she just hopped a body recently. I don't
know.
Because the Adis thing is what catches me up, because he says, unless he's trying to throw her off, but he's been pretty truthful about everything else. Right? So.
Okay. I'm trying to think. Yeah.
Yeah, they used to be black collars. And I was like, sorry. And this is what I tell Miriam, because she's like, no, the Valg is from hell. No, the Valg is from hell. I'm like, how? Unless Adis is straight up lying about that one thing. Again, mixed truth and lies. Could be.
Well, is that the only evidence that we have that the black collars and the crown that are saying that?
So I don't know. But why
know.
would he lie to her after all of that?
I don't even think it's a lie, though. I think maybe it's I don't know, because now I don't know if the
unless
series
there's just two different
I still question that.
Unless there's two different sectors, types of that species, which could be, I don't know. But the black collar thing, it's always weird. But anyways, yeah, I said they could be glamoring their blood to be red, or it could depend on how long they've been in the host body. I also said it could depend on who cast the glamour, because if it was Rigelus, it makes sense for the glamour to still hold when Polaris died, similar to Andrus staying a wolf when he died, because Tamlin cast the glamour on Andrus. I said I really want the Tamlin story. I think he has some key answers, and I think that he knew, or at least suspected, what Hybern and Amarantha were, because he knew them from childhood. And someone else on Facebook pointed out to me that, and I actually screenshotted this quote earlier, but they pointed out that Tamlin's favorite spot was the Glen where the Starlight pool was.
Mm-hmm.
And she said it doesn't seem like a coincidence. She thinks that the Glen is actually a natural temple or some sort connected to the mother, and that's how Tamlin was protected from the darker influence of his father and brothers. That's his favorite spot. Because it's protected. Because the Starlight pool was glamored, right? Before he showed it to Farah. When Farah asks what the Glen is, Tamlin responds with, "It's just a Glen." But Lucian snorts. Like he knows shit. Which makes us think that it's much more. Perhaps he shared that info with Lucian, especially with the Starlight pool. So.
I forgot that Lucian snorted at that time.
Oh, yeah. He was like, yeah, he laughed.
Hey, that part where they're talking about the collars, is that in Hostab?
Hofas. When they tell Hunt about the parentage.
It can't be Hofas.
It's Hofas. It's in Hofas.
Wait. So you're saying that, okay, because you had said it was in Hostab when Adis was in the apartment with them, right?
No, I said when they're talking to Hel in Hofas.
That's when
they summon them.
Okay.
During the black, yeah.
I haven't gotten to that part yet. I was like, I do not recall that being in the book. So okay. That makes more
I'm
sense.
gonna try to look it up. Be sure.
And then you were saying that you think the Starlight Pool is like a natural temple.
Yeah, someone said that that's what they think.
That's interesting. That is quite interesting.
Adis's expression was sad as he stepped out of the shadows. You spent too long asking the wrong questions. What the fuck does that mean? He shook his head. The black crown once again circling your brow is not a new torment from the Asteri. It has existed for millennia. Tell me the truth for once. Stay alive, ACOTAR. And then, okay, so that was actually when he was in the dungeon.
Okay.
I thought it was later. That was when
I just got to that part, so I'm just now like listening to it.
Okay, and then when Rigelus was there, it says the golden rings on his fingers glimmered. It brings me no joy to see you with the halo and slave brand again, Athalar. Halo or black crown. Rigelus blinked, the only sign of his surprise, but the term clearly landed with the bright hand. Been talking to shadows, have you?
Oh,
He hissed. The Umbra Mortis and all that makes sense for the shadow of death. Ooh, he hit a nerve.
He did.
Hit a nerve. What the fuck does it mean? Adis shook his head. A tale for another time. Adis! Adis! A tale for now, Adis. These cryptic mentions of my father, the Black Crown, secrets about my powers, mean nothing if you do not get out of these dungeons. Like, bro. Okay, here it is. Apollyon's eyes glimmered like coals as he said to Hunt, I'm disappointed to see that you have not yet freed yourself from the Black Crown, Orion. Someone explain what the fuck that is. Hunt snapped. Of all the things he'd ever imagined.
I love Hunt. He's so great.
Sitting in a circle with 3 princes of hell had not been anywhere on his list. The Black Crowns were callers in hell, Thanatos answered darkly. His powerful body seemed primed to leap across the pit to attack. Hunt monitors his every breath. Spells crafted by the Asteri to enslave us. They were a binding, one the Asteri adapted in their next war upon Midgard.
Interesting.
They created the Black Collars originally to enslave the people of Hell, but they realized that they were of equal power to them and couldn't be enslaved. So they moved on to the Tog world and they used them on them.
What chapter is this? Oh my gosh, I have to catch up. Now
Chapter 59, 4th page.
I'm on chapter 6. Damn it.
So Hunt turned to Adis. You seemed surprised to see one on me that first time we met. Why? But before Adis could begin, Apollyon answered for him. Because the Princes of Hell cannot be contained by the Black Crowns. The Asteri learned that. It was their downfall. As you were made by Hell's princes, it should not be able to hold you either.
So, did it?
No, he could actually will it away. After all this fucking time.
After all this time, you mean to tell me he could just will it away? Oh,
it was a little painful, and he had to really focus. But at the end, he basically willed it away.
Are you serious?
In Evelyn, he was like, and like willed it away. He it physically broke like a chain on his forehead and like dropped off.
Oh my gosh.
But see, the Asteri made the collars to trap Hell.
So the
they have
Asteri,
to be Valg.
They have to be the Valg. Yeah.
And I keep arguing with her about it. And I'm like, this is undeniable. Like, they have to be. And then someone else was arguing with me about it because they said every time an Asteri was killed, time slowed down and it didn't for Amarantha. But did it not for Amarantha? It didn't mention it, but we only got it from the perspective of Feyre's ghost. So as she was in the ghostly realm, I don't think that is a reliable source.
An indication.
I mean, technically she was seeing it through Reese's eyes. Yeah, but
true. That's true. I mean, or Amarantha was like one of the Fae children, like Thea, that was raised under the Asteri, and that's maybe where she adopted their techniques. I could see that.
But then what about Hybern?
What if Hybern was the Asteri and like she was the kid raised under him? The fake kid.
I mean,
That's a possibility.
that's a
I think.
possibility, but then why does she look so much like Vesperus?
I don't think that we should connect the two. I think we need to separate
And
the two.
Maeve. They all moon white skin, dark lips, fucking.
But
I mean,
Manon,
again, as I said, Amarantha did have dark hair till she retconned it in the second printing, but like,
Manon had dark lips and moon white skin, right?
yeah, moon white skin, gold eyes, and red lips.
Or was Amarantha like a witch? Do you think about that? Sometimes I'm like,
But
like,
the
is
black
that why?
eyes, they have black eyes. The Valg all have black eyes, except for the kings who had gold eyes.
Oh my gosh, there's so much to it.
Right? So I have two theories that connect to this Tamlin one. Do you want to know the mask theory first, or do you want to know the Rhysand one first?
Ooh.
Because the Rhys one has to do with Maeve and Valg.
Okay, do the Rhysand one first.
It's a little shorter too. But so I spent all day, well, not all day, but I spent hours the other day, like making sure that everything lined up. And I think I finally cracked the code of Rhys and why he's the most powerful High Lord.
Okay.
And I was so proud of myself.
I'm telling you, I was like convinced it was just because it was Night and Dusk Court and like he's the two. But let's hear it.
So, as we know, I'm convinced that somewhere in Rhys's family line, Maeve and Connell from Tog. So Maeve and Connell, Fenris's twin with the dark hair.
Okay.
Connell, so I'll get into it. So I said Rhys's last name is Moonbeam. Embarrassing. Obviously, he wouldn't want to use it. And like he named his kid Night Moon. Like awful for Nyx. But anyway. I said he's a descendant of Maeve and Connell Moonbeam. Maeve was a world walker. She was a wayfarer. And she tried to learn from the old wayfarers. She actually like hopped worlds to try to like learn better from them or whatever. I haven't finished the Tog series, so that I'm a little shaky on, but I know that she is a world walker, was a world walker. I said Maeve has black hair, violet eyes. She was a Daemati. She had umberkinesis, which is the darkness power, and fate manipulation. So everything that Rhys has, so fate manipulation is not confirmed with Rhys, but you know what I'm going to say.
No, what you're going to say.
There are threads to be woven here with Nesta and Cassian. I still think that he bound them together to tame Nesta. I think it was him. I think he pulled a Maeve. So, anyways, Connell had black hair, tan skin, teleportation, winnowing, shape-shifting. So Rhys has black hair, violet eyes, tan skin, Daemati, umberkinesis, possible fate manipulation. Maeve also had telekinesis. And Rhys also has telekinesis.
That's true.
He floated it over to himself on a phantom wind, or he just turned the deer into food. So he has all of these, and fate manipulation is shifty, but
maybe.
I also had to add to this because I thought of this today. If Maeve was a world walker and he also got that from her, that would explain the two quotes from Feyre and Cassian about him jumping back and jumping forward in time. Do you remember those lines? Remember when we went over that?
Kind of. Yeah, I remember when we talked about it.
He's like, I wish I could just forget this week. I wish I could just, go to next week. And Cassian's like, why don't you? And then Rhys was like,
I love how but also can we talk about if Cassian knew that Rhys could do that? How were they not more freaked out by that though? Like how is no one else freaked out by that?
Well, and then Rhys had that whole monologue of what would he do without his family? They're not afraid of his gifts. Like, bitch.
What?
So I said, Maeve was a Valg queen and a Fae queen.
Okay, so Valg / Asteri.
Valg queen
Queen.
in a Fae body.
Okay.
Like, she like made her body, remember?
Okay.
Because then she was pretending to be the sister of Mab and Mora.
Mm-hmm.
I said in her Fae form, she had elongated canines. In her purest Valg form, she was a creature of shadows, claws, and darkness that could devour souls. Where have we heard this before?
Yeah.
Reese's beast form is a nightmare personified, darkness, claws, scales, his wings, elongated canines, it says in the book, elongated canines, talons, and the face of a terrifying creature. So his beast form is a Valg king. And then I said,
But that wouldn't make any sense, though.
wait. I
I
said, hear me out. Maven Connell's child world walked somehow. Somewhere down their very potent bloodline, one of the descendants procreated with a member of Celine's Starborn line, making Reese Valg, High Fae, Illyrian, and Starborn in one person. Hence, the most powerful High Lord in history, which is why he is Feyre's mate, because she's a mix of all of the powers of all of the High Lords in Prythian, similar to him being a mix of all different species as well.
mean, it could happen.
Maeve Connell's descendant would be a world walker like Maeve. And if they procreated with Celine's line, that's Rhysand. That's
That
why
would
he's the most powerful.
Oh, High Lord. That would make complete and total sense.
He's Valg.
Actually.
Valg, High Fae, Illyrian, and Starborn.
That means that he's Asteri, though. That doesn't make any sense, because it was like, if Reese is an Asteri,
but
unless
again,
you're saying like he's just like half.
But if he's only like
half,
a fourth, he's a fourth.
A fourth.
Yeah.
Would he?
And which we kept pointing out, and because I kept pointing out as like, oh, Prince of Hell, Prince of Hell, Prince of Hell. His eyes were black pits when he's angry. When his magic is that of his beast form, his Valg form, his eyes turn into black pits.
I would love it. I would die if that would happen. That'd be so great.
All right. Hello.
Hello. Welcome back.
We're kind of a mess tonight. It's fine.
Yeah, you're not a mess. It's been a messy 2 weeks for everybody. Again.
I just keep thinking of like the other podcasts and how put together they are, and we're just so fucking.
They're so. You know what?
We're sorry.
We're sorry, and we're gonna get our shit together. We can be put together too, Melanie.
I love how we were like, season 2, we're gonna be all put together. 3 episodes in. Eventually. Eventually.
We're working on it.
Sort of.
Kind of.
When we're not dying.
I know.
It's okay. We left off, I was talking about that theory about Tamlin being Starborn. And I said I had 2 theories that branched off of that. And then I mentioned the Rhys being a moonbeam and how it was 4 parts of species, and that's why he's the most powerful High Lord. Can't believe I remembered that, but that's where we left off.
That's really impressive. Yeah, that's exactly where we left off.
Because I told myself I need to keep in my mind the other theory. We got to go back to it because I said there were 2 other parts that I can't forget.
Yeah.
So the other one is a little more brief, but I had texted it to you, and I think I told you, like, I went on TikTok and I saw a video that was basically saying the exact same thing, like right after. It was really funny. And the universe does that to me all the time. It's so weird. I don't know what it is. It's really weird. But I was texting you because I was talking about the Korsta video, or I call them
Oh,
Korsta.
yes.
Oh, the Cormac and Nesta
Oh,
video.
goodness.
But we did the Tamlin thing, we did the Reese thing, and so this was based on Nesta and the mask in Hofas. I don't know how far you've gotten.
I'm right now, I'm like at chapter 8. I'm not far at all.
So
I'm
did
not
she,
far at all. But like
did she use it for the worm yet? Where you are, probably.
I'm just getting to that point.
Okay. All
But
right.
you go ahead and give spoilers
fine.
because like I
Yeah,
already know.
you know it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, it was just like a little like rant that I had. Like I said, uh basically Nesta was having a hard time taking the mask off after she killed the worm, right? And so I saw some video saying like, oh, like it was really weird that she was having like a difficult time taking it off because like in ACOTAR she just took it on and off. And I was like, that's a good point. So I was thinking about that. And then I was thinking about the theme of Hofas, which do you remember what the theme of Hofas is?
Are you talking about like the necromancy part?
Through love all is possible.
Well,
And so that's why Azriel was
oh, that's
listing
Crescent
off.
City.
That's why Azriel was listing off her family members to try to get the mask off of her, right?
Okay.
Because it wasn't coming off. That's why he was scared. Which is completely different from ACOTAR, which was
No,
notably also Nesta's book, right? So
Right.
I said, go ahead.
I beg to differ. She had a hard time taking it off in ACOTAR. So, but I'll give you my points after.
But she could take it off herself. Like she didn't need help. She took it off herself.
No, she did need help. She needed Cassian kissing her. Remember, you guys, when she had it, had it on and was scrying, and then it wouldn't come off, and like Cassian had to interfere. It happened 2 or 3 times actually, that she didn't want it
But
to
I
come
mean,
off.
like she didn't need like okay, so he kissed her, she took it off, but they weren't actively like, oh my god, like Azrael had to list all of her family members. Like it took quite a while this time, right?
I disagree, but go ahead. I want to hear it because I think she had a hard time in Silver Flames with that on multiple occasions. But I want to hear what you have to say.
Well, to be fair, also in ACOTAR, she was untrained. She had never worn it before. And in this book, she's like, oh, I've been training with my powers. And she like summoned the mask. Like she knew how to kind of do it this time.
Okay.
Or it seemed like it.
Okay. I could see that. I could see that. Do you remember the period of time when she first put it on? And then like Azrael and Cassian were in the swamp with her, right? And they were like kneeling before her. But then we get like Nesta's perspective where she's like, oh, this feels really good. Like I'm not hungry. I'm not tired. I'm not feeling like anything. Like she like had this whole like inner monologue. And it was like a long time. She's like, I could just leave this on the whole. Like she struggled even then.
Powerful.
She was like, I just want to leave it on. So I don't know. I don't necessarily agree, but I want to hear what you think.
So I just found it funny that she didn't like. He was like, Cassian's at the house waiting for you. He's at the house or whatever. Like, not even a reaction. And then you have Farrah and Elaine, and then you have Gwen and Emery, and like she kind of starts to blink. And then he's like, next. And she's like, the baby.
The baby. Next.
Like, I love how, like, no reaction for Cassian, barely a reaction for Farrah and Elaine. Like, starting to kinda ish blink for Gwen and Emery. And then the baby. It was like, what?
The baby.
The
Like
baby. She's like, I can't leave the baby. So I just said, I think that Nesta was having a harder time taking the mask off in Hofas because her and Cassian are kind of on the rocks. Because Azrael waited a few seconds after he's like, you know, Cassian is there, like, he's at the house waiting for you. And she was just like, and then he was like, and Farrah and Elaine and Gwen and Emery and Nyx. Like, he had to keep going. I think he probably thought, like, okay, your mate's waiting for you she was gonna be like, hey, right? Isn't that what it seemed like to you?
I will agree because I did read that part. I skipped ahead and I was like a little weirded out that it took more than just Cassian. I agree. I read it and I was like, ooh.
Because I'm like,
Ooh.
with the theme of like, with through love all is possible, I was like,
But it was interesting because it wasn't even for her sisters either. Like Feyre and Elaine, she's like Feyre, Elaine, and Cassian.
what an Emery maybe. But the baby. So I just said Nesta's having a harder time taking the mask off on Hofast because I don't think she's feeling as loved by Cassian. I said that's also why. So this was the big main point, was that when Bryce and Hunt use the mask, when they go back and Bryce dies and then Hunt uses it, whatever, right? They take it off immediately because their mate bond is solid. They are solid with each other. They can fight with each other and still be solid with each other. And he was still like, he went after her in the black hole, and like they're kind of very solid in their love for each other, even though they fight. And they had no trouble whatsoever just taking it off their face. Because they're secure in their mate bond, their mateness. So I said that's why in Akasif, after Nessian sleep together / kiss each other, Nesta can take it off fairly easily because she had felt loved. But now, not so much. I said the Valkyries and her sisters, kind of, and Nyx is really what did it this time. She barely even blinked for Cassian's name.
You know, there's a
Because
part of
that
me.
was the thing. Hunt and Bryce, on and off, like no trouble, nothing. And anyone could be like, oh, well, that's because Bryce is the starborn heir. But okay, but Hunt isn't. Hunt was literally just her battery. So it has to be through love, all is possible. That's the theme. It's because they're so in love and so connected, so solid in their mate bond that it's no trouble to remove the mask because they want to get back to one another.
Oh boy. Oh boy. If she is gonna break up Nessian, I mean, I know, like, because I've been thinking about it a lot. I know I originally was like, they need to break up because, like, originally I read it and I was really angry.
Yeah. There we go.
I love how you're
round
like,
and
oh
round
no.
the carousel.
Like, I think that they've got issues. And they should break up, but I want them back together. I'm concerned. I just don't know, like, what's going on with Cassian. I don't understand what she's doing. What is she trying to do?
She was taking Reese's side in Akasif. Akasif, bro. That was supposed to be their book, and he's still taking his brother's side over his mate, or who he claims is his mate.
If the rejected mates,
I'm telling you, the fucking rejected mate trope is not going to be the obvious Elaine and Lucian. It's gonna be Nessian. And at the very least, if it's not the rejected mate trope, it's gonna be the endgame by death trope. And he's just gonna fucking die. And then she's gonna lead Dusk.
But like, why would she do that? Like,
because think about it. People were pissed after ACOTAR, and literally there were no stakes. Nobody died. everyone got brought back to life, and there were no consequences for being brought back to life. Farrah and Rhys have been brought back to life twice each, and their stillborn son has been resurrected. Amryn has been brought back from the fucking cauldron itself. Death itself. Like, somebody in the IC is gonna die, and it's not gonna be someone that everyone's just like, Amryn should have stayed dead. Like, it's going to be emotional, but I told you, that's why she's making him less likable. So it's a little less riotable.
Hard on everybody. Here's my thing, and I kind of hope she sees this, because we know now that whoever she works with, they go and they scope out theories. Like, I'm convinced.
I just want to say this though. If
what?
she's thinking of doing the Cormac and Nesta theory and she sees this, you better not scrap it just because you saw this. Because I swear to God,
I know.
If we still don't get the Lauren theory in some form, I'm gonna combust because it just makes sense. Anyways, go on.
It totally makes sense. And I just want to say, I'm trying to think what. I want to tell her, like, you do not feel pressured to kill anybody in ACOTAR off, because I see that. I know that you want people because someone killed off.
Everyone wants somebody fucking killed off. Like, look at Cog. People did she murder in Dog? Like, Nahemia, Sam, Sorsha, Gabriel, fucking everyone is like literally the sweet golden retriever people.
Yeah.
Who's the golden retriever person?
Well, you know what though is he was a sweet golden retriever in Silver Flames, and Holdfast, I would not call him a sweet golden retriever.
We didn't get much of him. I feel like we should have gotten a couple one-liners, but we was really just like rage.
But it's just like, it's weird. The whole thing's bizarre to me, because you have like a newly mated Nesta who's the main character in Crescent City, and like her mate doesn't say anything. It's bizarre. And so I'm kind of pissed about that, but like I would not say he's a sweet golden retriever, which maybe would support the theory that she's not going to kill him off, because his character,
again, we can't really say how he was in Holdfast, because there was really like one scene where he spoke. And it was like when Rhys was screaming at her and he's like, "Oh, maybe we should pick this up tomorrow."
Yeah.
Like, that's what you're gonna choose to say out of everything you could have said? Let's resume verbally abusing her in the morning.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I know. I read it and I was like, Cassian, he should have been like, Rhys, don't yell at my mate like that. I understand where you're coming from, but don't talk to her that way.
To his credit, he did that in ACOSF.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He
once,
stood up for
only
her
once.
Twice. To Rhys.
Twice.
Remember, I think it was like when Gwen was like, when he was
yeah, that was mind to mind. Yeah. But I mean, when he when his eyes turned to black pits, like when he was like this in the bonus chapter, without blowing up the room, and he was like, "Take it easy" or whatever, when he was, but he didn't really care anymore. I feel like Nesta betrayed him by telling Farrah about the pregnancy, and that was the turning point. Because
for Nessian?
Yeah. I mean, they were kind of beforehand, but that was kind of the big turning point, because the first action he took after that was not telling her what Farrah asked him to tell her, which we've discussed, and then the hike, which again was a punishment because of Rhys. And then after that, they have the argument in the street. She tells him to leave her alone. you know, and then we have him running after her when she's like, don't fucking come near me. And then the whole, actually, maybe I love you because I saved your life, which again, she saves his life. He never saves her life. He's the fucking dead weight there. And then the whole, he just kisses her and doesn't tell her he loves her. Still didn't tell her he loved her in this book. Not wearing fucking mating bands, still, as I've said. I think, like, Nesta betrayed Reese, and he was just, fuck you.
And he, like, Nesta betrayed Reese with the pregnancy, and it's like, are you saying in Silver Flames?
And, like, he'll never trust her again.
And it's never been the same?
Mm-mm. Mm-hmm.
Then why is he with her? That he should, like...
Because the sex is good. That's all he fucking cared about.
That's not all he cared. That is not all he cared about.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not. No, it's not. They were very sweet when they had their mate bond come together, and he was like, "You promised me
When they were
forever."
having sex.
But he said before that, no, he went and he got the orb for her with all the music in
Yes,
it, and
the
that took
symphonia.
Yeah, and that took a lot of effort and a lot of thought and a lot of work. And that was very sweet of him to do. Okay. And then he was like, "You promised me forever." So he's like thinking about a life with her. So that was not it. It was not all sex and Silver Flames. I don't agree.
There were some moments, but like most of it was just kind of icky to me. Like very like, you were in the wrong, you should apologize to me, and I'm just gonna tell you sweet words so that we can just get over it. Like, I feel like he just doesn't want to address anything. Like, he just wants to fix everything with, like, I don't know. He fucking bugs me.
Well,
like, I mean, she was mad at him, right? They were arguing. What does he do? Pull out the symphonia to shut her up. Now he's so sweet. And then they have sex. And then what does he do right after that? The next morning, gets up. Bye, gotta go do my snowball fight. Then fucking leaves the whole city for a week. Doesn't say goodbye, doesn't kiss her goodbye, doesn't tell her he loves her, just fucking leaves. Like, okay. It was like, oh, you're my mate, but you're my one night stand. Like, what? He's confusing to me. I don't understand. Because everyone's like, oh, they're the golden threads, and oh, it's their mate bond, which it is not. I will fight anybody. Fucking threads, plural, is not a fucking mate bond. Mate bond is singular.
We don't know that. We don't know that for a fact because SJM did not clarify. So we don't know. Okay?
I think it would be ridiculous.
Crescent City 3 was a hot, chaotic, so far in my read, what I've read, it's a hot, chaotic mess. Okay? It really is. So who knows where her head is at with Nestian? Because I'm telling you.
Well, there was also a point where everyone was like, she loves Reese. Reese is her golden boy. She's never going to paint him in a bad light.
Well,
ACOTAR happened. Hofas happened. Bonus chapters happened. And I cannot be happier, honestly. But
people are saying that bonus chapter is not her painting him in a negative light, and that we're just interpreting it that way.
Absolutely is. If I was a Reese stan and I read that fucking bonus chapter, I would have the same opinion. Yeah, he had a right to be mad because he didn't know, and it did put them at risk. He did not have a right to act out the way he acted out.
No, I agree.
That's unprofessional. It was disgusting. It was abusive.
Yeah, I agree.
And I'm not even talking about him blowing up because, again, that's the magic. But when you don't apologize, when you have zero remorse, and when you continue, that's where the problem is. That's a problem.
Yeah, no, the bonus chapter is a huge problem. And like we said before,
To say he had the right to treat Emma and Randall like that. First of all, I get that they're unknown, but they're not even there of their own choice.
True.
And they had nothing to do with what their daughter did.
I agree.
So
I agree. I mean, it was a really
He's a piece of shit.
Yeah, it was unappealing. It was a bad look for him. You know, it's funny because I came off of Silver Flames and I was like, ooh, man, she is character assassinating. She's coming out and she's like splitting throats. And I was like, but you want to know what? It's going to stay in Silver Flames. The next book, Reese is going to be painted again as the hero and he's going to come back up. She's digging graves.
The decline. And then when she added the fact that Feyre chewed his ass out, and people are still questioning whether she was painting him in a good light. Feyre chewed his ass out. So no, it was not a good light.
It's funny that Feyre, like, even I was like, I was proud of
Good
Feyre.
on Feyre. Good on Feyre. Are you really doing some self-reflection there, bitch?
Yeah, because I was gonna say I haven't been proud of Feyre for like 3 or 4 books now, and more than that. And
you go up one singular point, Feyre.
Yeah, Feyre gets a point back because she stood up for her sister. She does. Mm-hmm. She does. And I
like
just
even Feyre told them to cut it out. She's probably like, I'm fucking tired. I've been up with our child all night.
Yeah.
Grow up.
Yeah. People are saying that like he's a new dad. He has every right to be reacting this way because he's thinking of his family.
But he's also the High Lord, so you can't act that way. If Tamlin couldn't act that way, why can Reese act that way?
I know.
As if Tamlin wasn't also stressed the fuck out right after Amarantha and Hybern was sending monsters to his border and he didn't have time to grieve.
No. Oh, but you want to know what? Screw Tamlin. Even though he went through so much shit. That poor guy.
From childhood. Reese even had a decent fucking childhood.
He had
family.
Lots of family. He had like 3 siblings, two of which were like adopted. I mean,
a cousin.
a awesome cousin who's his best friend, a loving, wonderful mother, which Tamlin had.
Well,
we don't know.
No, yeah, she was like Papa Archeron. She loved them. She loved him, but she was very negligent. She didn't.
Yeah, like didn't stand up for him basically. But I mean, it sounds like the father was maybe crueler than Rhysand's father, and
he was worse than Baron.
More abusive. Yeah, that says a lot. He probably abused her and beat her. So,
and all the human slaves that he had, apparently, according to Tamlin.
Yeah. You know what's so funny is that like as time goes on and I like think about these books, I don't know if you feel the same way. I keep thinking like, oh, are my feelings gonna change about Tamlin and like Feyre and Rhysand and how everything went down? And as time goes on, I have the opposite effect. I only grow to love Tamlin more.
I actually, one of my reels is blowing up currently on Instagram, and it's the one, I don't know if you saw it, but it was basically it was like the quote from ACOTAR when he's like, I always told you I would fight against tyranny. I let Hybern into my lands because, you know, I was a spy and all this. And then he's like, you were so quick to call me a monster after everything I did for your family. So it's like that quote or whatever. And 98% of the comments are all like, I want Tamlin's redemption story. I want Tamlin's book. Tamlin was done so dirty. If Nesta can have a redemption, so can Tamlin. And like, I'm kind of shocked because like, is this the effect that the fandom is having and there's just the majority of people are just afraid of like the Reese stands that are always going to be louder.
Yeah, I don't know. It's been interesting too because I think I've seen a couple comments, not many, that have said the same thing, that they're like, oh, on my reread, he's not as bad as I remember him being.
Because it's canon versus fandom fodder. And because the fandom, I don't know why they want to lie when you can go back and check the scenes. Like, there's zero reason you should have to lie just to hate a character. I think I've told you maybe on air before, I don't remember, but the most infuriating comment that I ever see about Tamlin, and I think you might know what I'm gonna say, is Tamlin got the sisters thrown in the cauldron.
Yeah.
No, the fuck he didn't. No, the fuck he didn't. That is not how the scene is written. That is not how the scene goes down. That is not what the narrative says. That is not what the context says. No.
Yeah.
He didn't.
Yeah.
Canonically, he had nothing to do with it. At all. Him and Lucian fought for them. Ianthe did it because she wanted the high priestesses to rule, and that was her bargain with Hybern behind his back. Him killing them included Tamlin. So why would Tamlin be a part of his own death?
I know.
It makes no sense.
It scares me a little bit, and is that so I made that argument one time and someone's like, guilty by association. That was what they said to me. And I go, guilty by association? If our country, and I think I've said this before, and it pisses me off. Like, the logic is like, if I was like that, so like everyone would be in jail.
Yeah.
Everyone would be in trouble with the law, because if everyone's guilty by association, like, that's so fucked up.
First of all, Reese staked an innocent's head on Tamlin's fountain for Amarantha. And not for nothing, I think I've said this one too before. We're going round and round. But
I know we are.
When he dropped the blue fairy, that's what gets me. When he dropped the blue fairy on Tamlin's doorstep with no wings, Amarantha had chopped the wings off of that kid. You would think that Reese would have tried to help this fairy. Not only because he believes the story of his mother and his sister, right? But also because he has wings as well. He only has the luxury of hiding them from her.
Yep.
But he doesn't care. He drops the fairy dying on Tamlin's doorstep, doesn't try to help him. Oh, it's Tamlin's problem. So, not only did you watch Amarantha slaughter a dozen Winter Court children, but you also watched her slice off this fairy's wings, knowing that yours is hidden from her, and knowing that, assumedly, your mother and sister got theirs chopped off. So, if anyone is guilty by association, it's fucking Rhysand. Thank you very much for coming to my talk.
Yeah. That's a very good point. If we're gonna play guilty by association, all the shit
everything Amarantha did.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's true. The only thing, like, now that we think about ACOTAR and like book 1, Rhysand, Crescent City 3 kind of mirrors like his actions in ACOTAR. So
I told you he's getting as bad as he was in ACOTAR. And he admitted to Feyre in Akamath. I don't remember the exact quote. Maybe we can pull it up for next time. But I swear to God, he says something like, oh, after spending so long, like, you know, in that headspace and just like killing people for her, I started to enjoy it.
Oh, I don't remember that. I actually don't remember that.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to find it. I like it.
It has that connotation where he's like, oh, after I did it for a while, I started kind of like enjoying it. And then I think that's part of why the whole I'm a beast and I'm a nightmare, you know, that whole thing comes about. I think it was near there where he's like,
oh, was it? I just got into
he was giving into his beast technically, and started to enjoy the bloodlust.
I don't remember that quote. I need to go
I
back
have
and
to
do a
find it.
reread.
I have to
I
find it
know.
now.
Well, if anything, my question after reading I'm still really early on in the English version of it, not the
Yeah.
did she go back and reread ACOTAR? That's like I'm
I said she had to have. I don't think she forgot ACOTAR. The fucking Midgard worm. Come on. That's why I
that
said,
was
like,
really
she has to go back. She has to address the mural. She has to address the Starlight pool. And after she kind of nodded to it with the river of Starlight and Avalon, I'm like, I can kind of see where you're going with this. And how I said, like, Celine walled up the dust court, Tamlin walled up under the mountain, and Celine or Vespers talks about, the southernmost, or Celine talks about the southernmost mountain that she got all the monsters from, which was under the mountain, which does not line up, by the way, with Amarantha's story that she forged it based on Hewn City. By the way, I meant to address that last time.
I didn't think about that.
Mm-hmm.
So Amarantha lied about forging her palace to look like that.
She found it, I guess.
Well, no shit. It looks like Hewn City. She's such a liar.
They all look the same.
Because it was all like Dust Court and Night Court.
Which means Ramiel has chambers and shit too. What the fuck is under Ramiel?
That's Elaine's story. There's something under Ramiel, and Elaine's the one that's gonna go get it.
Or it's Nesta's still.
It could be. I am convinced.
She felt it. She felt it during the blood rite.
Yeah.
The archway made of stone.
Yeah.
It's a thin place.
Yeah.
I want her to go through it and just never fucking come back.
I know.
Don't come back, Nesta. Live your life, girl.
What I would love to read is if Nesta got to Midgard and like all the guys, like the CC3 guys, like seeing Nesta for the first time, because they'd be like, holy crap, she's so hot. They would be all over that.
Or they'd be like, why is she dressed like a fantasy film? Like, right? I know. Oh my god, amazing. But yeah, I'm like, so Amarantha did lie, because Celine was like, I grabbed all the bloodlusty, ragey monsters from the southernmost mountain. Which means there was already an under the mountain in the middle.
Yeah. Well, they've been traveling there. Eris knew it. He's like, there are things in there that have been traveling there for tens of thousands of years.
What the fuck does he know?
I know.
What does he know? But
Baron's the oldest, so Baron.
That's why it concerns me, because he's allied with Koshi. And I know you hate that. I know you hate that.
I hate Koshi. I think he's so overrated. He is so overrated.
No, but with the queens and with Baron as well.
And the queens suck too. The queens are the most overrated. Who gives a shit about the queens? Sorry.
Nobody knows if they were thrown in the cauldron or not. I absolutely think they were. And that's why I think it's going to be this huge threat. And that's why I think Cassian's going to die.
See, why are you convinced that they were thrown in though? Because they saw Brielyn go in. She was the first one, and then they were like, hell no, I'm not going in there.
Well, they also saw the girls go in. And Brielyn was the one that was like fucking around and being evil and all that. They're like, we're just, yeah. So like even Azriel was like, oh, we don't really know if they were thrown in or not. Which, Azriel, don't fuck with me. You know exactly what's going on. Just fucking tell us. Were they thrown in or were they not? Well, actually, that's what he was trying to find out. And Eris is like, I caught him snooping around the Autumn Court. Which, Eris.
Yeah.
Actually, did you know that that's actually, I found out that is the basis for the Azris ship.
That's a very weak.
Because they're like, there's no way Azriel would allow himself to get caught unless he wanted to. I was like, you really
Oh,
think they're like, can we
you guys.
stop shipping Azriel with everyone and their mother? Stop.
But that is of Sarah J. Maas's making. This is I blame.
They're like,
I
that's
blame.
the ultimate enemies to lovers and the ultimate like, I'm like, just stop.
He's doing his job. What are they talking about?
Oh, Eris catching him. Oh, they don't believe that Eris actually caught him. They think that they were meeting up. Which they could have been, but not in a romantic way. But you have to think, after what we learned in Hofas,
Well,
and how I
just
said
kidding.
like, what if, like, how we were like, oh, what if him and Moore are secretly meeting up? Remember how
We
we were
said
discussing
that, yeah.
But what if it is Eris and Azriel? Because we still don't know how Azriel got Truth Teller. We still don't know why he didn't tell Reese about the thin places. We know that Eris is the only other person that seems to know about the 3 caverns under the mountains. What
Wait,
do
how do
both
we-
of them know that they
How do
aren't
we
telling everyone?
how do we know he's not telling Reese about the thin places? It never says that.
He has no, because then Nesta says, oh, does Reese know about these tunnels or whatever? He's like, no, he doesn't, like none of us did. But then like a page later he's like, we must have gone through a portal to get from the mainland to the island. Azriel. So you're not telling them anything. So Reese doesn't know. And like I said, he still didn't tell him that Bryce was his cousin. He didn't tell him. And Nesta's like, oh, well.
I think it
They
I
didn't
feel-
tell him shit. They're like,
feel like-
we're not letting this asshole get more power than he already has. Fuck that.
I honestly I blame the writing of CC3 for like that whole situation. Because it's like
So weird.
it's so weird.
But at the same time, it could have been a conscious decision because Vesperus said that she hid her / the Asteres power so deep in the roots of the caverns. Like, Bryce took the one from, obviously, the prison, but you still have a First Light core under Ramiel, which I don't think they want to tell him about. And you still have a First Light core under the mountain, which is currently walled off from Tamlin, but I think
He might already know about that First Light core under the mountain that we don't know.
there's no way because Nesta felt it. She felt it during the blood rite when she was like near a stone archway. I'm like, she felt it. There's only one situation which I wouldn't mind Reese getting the First Light core. And that was only if Tamlin gets the other one because they're the north and south poles, like the north and south rifts.
Yeah.
And then they would be kind of equal power.
Yeah. I could see that.
Or the better situation for me would be hold on a second.
Oh, you're good.
My thing is just like it's gonna die. Hold on.
It's gonna die.
Ooh, there we go. So I love Nesta, obviously. I would have no qualms about Nesta getting it. To bring her back to full power if she's not actually at full power.
I like that idea, but I don't think she's gonna do that because she's never gonna put Nesta above
She already did.
Feyre. No,
No,
she
she
didn't.
already did.
Everyone keeps saying that, and like, no.
If Nesta is supposed to be High Lady of Dusk, she's already an organically chosen High Lady that Feyre isn't. And we know that she's going to, based off what Bryce said. And in fact, I think her getting the First Light Core from under Ramiel is going to be what triggers the lands to choose her as the High Lady. That's how she's going to get the star in her
Well,
chest. That's how she's
why-
going to become like Prithian's Bryce. That's what's going to happen, I swear.
I don't think it's going that way. No, I think that if she gets the First Light Core, it'll be used to fix up that island.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Right.
saying. The island is dusk, dude.
Yeah, no, I know. But it's the way that you
She's going to get the core, and then she's going to go and liberate the rest of whatever the prison is. It's going to choose her as High Lady.
Yeah.
She's going to get the star in her chest, which leads to my Cormac theory.
No,
she's the fucking princess with the star in her chest. That's the High Lady power of Dusk. When she's choosing to be High Lady of Dusk, it's going to be her power. It's going to have the star.
I don't think course is happening.
Even if it doesn't, she's going to have the star. The mother gave you the 8-pointed star for a reason. She's going to have the 8-pointed star. She better not let fucking Cassian boss her the fuck around.
I don't know.
Hi, bitch.
I still kind of think that prophecy that Cormac was talking about is just about Bryce. I don't think it's going to be about Nesta.
Way. No, because look what happened with Runes. Rune's prophecy. That was read completely like, oh, he's going to die. Rune thought he was going to die. Did he die? No. You know what's said twice in Hosab? Twice. Your fate is the same as mine, cousin. Twice.
That was a weird quote. I don't know what that means.
Twice? Your fate is the same as mine. And then there's another one where he's like, oh, our paths are the same or something like that. And I'm like, Rune ended up with Lydia, who's a super fucking strong fire wielder. And Cormac never met his mate, so just saying. Bryce was always Hunt's mate, as I said.
I don't know. I'm like, I want to put so much into these theories, but it's gonna drive me crazy because I can't think like that for the next 2 years. And after CC3, we know she doesn't listen to anything that makes sense or is logical. She just changes.
I sent you more weird quotes from CC2.
There were a lot of really weird quotes from CC2. And the oracles were, it turns out, so they were just like basically in bed with the Asteri and just made shit up out of their butt.
Not really. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's this quote from Tog. So Manon asks Kaltain, where does the shadow fire come from? It says, dark, empty eyes met hers from me. Why you? What magic is it? Valg power? Kaltain gave a small dead smile. It was mine to start, then it was melded with another source, and now it is the power of every world, every life. Cormac has shadows and fire. Just saying. His, and then chapter 4 of Hosab, it says, his light brown eyes were dead, humorless. His thin white sweater over black jeans and combat boots told Bryce that he'd come from somewhere colder. What is the only cold place that we know in Crescent City? Nenya. What is in Nenya? The fucking Northern Rift. Northern Rift! Oh, here it is. You might rebel all you like, Rune Dannon, but you are a crowned prince, as I am. Our fates are the same, but I know which one of us will rise to meet it. And then Rune says, then he was gone. Our fates are the same. Cormac meant that they would both be kings, but Rune knew his fate was more complicated than that.
Oh boy.
And then it says, in another part, it says, Cormac glanced between Bryce and Rune with palpable disdain. You, Valvar, and Faye are such babies. Did you not learn something of yourself, your destiny, Prince Rune, because of me nipping at your heels? And then he said, I joined Ophian because I felt it was right. The details are unnecessary. He has so many secrets. Rune snorted. He and his cousin had more in common than he'd realized. You never told my father, but he suspected. I suspected. It's a rare starborn gift, the mind-speaking things. A skill that Ophian needs badly. And then this was the quote that gets me. There's two. It's this one in particular, and then it's the one where he's quote unquote dies. Rune says, Bryce says, what do you know about the starborn gifts? Cormac said nothing, and Rune found himself saying, half in dread, that Bryce was right. I told you the other night that our cousin here was obsessed enough with the idea of getting the Star Sword that he learned everything he possibly could about starborn powers. He's a veritable library of information. Cormac cut him a glare, but he admitted, I did spend ... much of my youth reading about the various gifts. Her lips curled. Rebel Prince and Bookworm. He knows almost as much as Einar, if not more. He knew more. He knew about the world walking. He knew. And then this was like the whole Ophian thing after Rigelus pretended to be Adis. Cormac didn't move an inch. I require your blood oath not to say a word about this. Rune barked a laugh. I'm not making a blood oath. You can trust us. Can we trust you? If I can trust cowards who like painting their nails while the rest of the world suffers, then you can trust me, Bryce said wryly, going in hard with the charm, Cormac. Swear a blood oath and I will leave. Blood oath? What do you know about blood oaths, Cormac?
Okay, first of all, I have not read the blood oath part. Where is the blood oath coming from?
It's in
What is the
Hofstab.
significant?
Oh, Maeve. Maeve uses blood oaths to keep the cadre her possessions.
Okay.
She can so if you make a blood oath, they basically own you. So they can tell you what to do and you have to do it.
Okay. I was
kind of like if Reese Daymodied someone to do something.
I was like, what is everyone's like the blood oath? And I was like, I don't know what.
So Cormac, what do you know about the blood oaths?
True.
And then Hunt says, hard to enjoy being free if you're dead. Cormac opened the door, stepping into the swirling shadows. I can think of no better reason to yield my life. So everyone's, not really mine, but everyone who's read Tog and has read Kingdom of Ash and everything says that Cormac actually made the yielding that the 13 did.
What makes them say that?
Because apparently it's like the same like flash of light, like the same whatever. And
really?
they think that the 13 didn't actually die, but that their souls went to another world. Or that like they went to another world.
Because I was going to say, because we see their souls in stars on.
It might be, but again, we don't know.
Okay.
But yes, they think that it opens gates to other worlds and that he made the yielding. I have the quote of him dying, and it's very interesting actually, because I did not remember all of the details, and I have to fucking admit, and you will have to fucking admit, that it is suspicious as hell. Hold on, I gotta fucking find it. Here it is. Oh yeah, Rigulus. Cormac incinerated himself in the lab. A great setback considering how useful he was, but one we will overcome. Especially with Pippa Spetsos dead. Pippa. She was a bitch. I forgot about her. But
Yeah, I
she,
did too.
she was a bitch. Okay. All right. Therian raced behind Cormac, a shield of water around them as the prince hurled ball after ball of fire into the chaotic, smoky lab. Chunks of rupturing machines flew toward them, smoldering, and Therian intercepted them as best he could. The doctor had led them right into the lab without a second thought. Cormac put a bullet through the male's head a moment later, and then ended the lives of the screaming scientists and engineers around them. Are you fucking insane? Therian screamed as they ran. You said we'd limit the casualties. Cormac ignored him. The bastard had gone rogue. But this is like Therian's inner monologue, right? And then keeps going. It says Cormac had incinerated the Jeep with his fire magic moments before they'd shot the doctor. Surely that would warrant a message to the Asteri and this shit show unfolding. Cormac skidded to a stop, Therian with him. Both of them fell silent. A familiar female clad in black and armed with a rifle stepped into their path. Pippa pointed the gun at Cormac. I've been looking forward to this. Her rifle cracked and Cormac teleported, but too slowly. His powers were drained. Blood sprayed a moment before Cormac vanished and then appeared behind Pippa. The bullet had passed through his shoulder, and Therian launched into movement as Pippa twisted towards the prince. Therian was stopped by shaking ground, though. A glowing, electrified sword plunged into the floor in front of him, a mech suit sword. Cormac shouted to Therian, "Get out of here." The prince faced off against Pippa as the woman fired again. Therian knew that tone, knew that look, and then it was understood. Cormac hadn't gone rogue. He never intended to get out of here alive. No, he wanted to get rid of you. He wanted to get rid of you so you wouldn't see him. And then I gotta go through Bryce's POE. Rigulus. And then it jumps to Rigulus telling Bryce all about how the other Fae had elongated canines and pointed ears, and we bred it out of them, and all of this stuff, which is assumedly everything that Cormac already knew, right?
Mm-hmm.
Therian ran or tried to. The mech suit blocked his exit with a giant gun. Blah, blah, blah. Go, Cormac yelled again, and Pippa's rifle thundered. Therian twisted to see the prince collapse to his knees, a hole in his chest. He had to get him out, couldn't leave him like this, where recovery would be thwarted by a beheading. But if he stayed, if he wasn't killed outright, ... Cormac's eyes rippled with fire as he met Therian's stare. Run. So Therian ran. The mech suit behind him fired again, and he rolled between its massive legs, shooting to his feet. He sped for the hole the mech suit had made in the wall. Daylight poured in through the billowing smoke. That tether in his chest, the Viper Queen's leash, seemed to whisper, "Get to the water and return to me." Blah, 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 blah. Cormac managed to lift a bloody hand to point behind Pippa. She drew up short and whirled to face the 5 glowing beings at the far end of the space, the Asteri, the gods. They'd come. Cormac gave no warning as he erupted into a ball of fire. Pippa was consumed by it. Then the mech pilot, who burned alive in his suit. But the ball kept growing, spreading, roaring, and Therian began running again, not waiting to see if it could somehow, against all odds, take out the Asteri. He ran and ran. White light rippled into the sky. And then Therian says, it's the Asteri's rage. Is it? Is it? Therian cleared the trees, kept running for the coast. He was half a mile away when the entire building exploded, taking Cormac, the suits, and the rebels with it. White light rippled in the sky.
Is that like the yielding? Is that what that says at the yielding?
But
really?
Also, he was a ball of fire and he pushed it out. If he has fire magic, he wouldn't be burned by his own fire. And if he was using that ball as a force field, he wouldn't have gotten incinerated. I do not think he is dead.
Are you past that point where like Aelin has her burnout or whatever?
Aelin? Mm-mm. I'm only on Queen of Shadows. But it did seem a lot like Lydia with, exploding into like a flame. She was actually, she like mentions, like, people thought that she was going to do the yielding when she looked back at like Ruin with her sons. And then like, they were like, oh my God, she's going to do the yielding. And like, SJM never clarified on what exactly the yielding is.
No, she never has.
But I'm going to tell you what it says on the wiki. And it does say Cormac has light brown eyes, but I also think they look kind of goldish, so.
Oh.
Lydia also has gold eyes from her mother, who was a witch. Just so you know. The yielding is a type of magic exclusive to the Iron Teeth witches. Yielding is the only piece of magic an Iron Teeth witch can use. When a witch is about to lose a battle, they may call upon it. The yielding creates a massive explosion that destroys the witch's enemies, but kills her in the bargain. It appears as if the witch turns into a burst of light. It was used by the 13 to destroy the witch tower at the Battle of Orinth. The Valg's allied witches also used it, as the witch towers held a series of mirrors that could focus a yielding into a powerful blast that decimated armies. When the 13 performed the yielding, their blast of light was colored white. When the enemy Valg allied witches performed it, it was described as black. But he had word marks and they didn't. He had
I don't
word
know, like,
marks.
that's more evidence that he's for sure dead. Like,
No, because nobody who made,
they're dead.
but nobody who made the yielding had word marks that can open a gate. Word marks open the gates.
They do, but like, it sounds like the yielding's kind of like a spiritual bargain thing. Like, I don't think you can get out of it. I think if you're gonna use it, you're, like they said, you're gonna die.
I think there was a reason he had fucking tattoos of word marks on his arms that are never addressed.
But they don't, like, do they protect him? I think they just open the portals.
No, I think his fireball whatever protected him. Like, obviously he was already hurt, but that's why I think he's like hurt in Prithian.
I love the idea of it. But I don't think that's what's gonna happen.
Okay, when was the 8th court just vaguely mentioned? Like ACOTAR, right?
Yeah.
ACOTAR. So we're now 2.5 books later, and then it's described. Cormac was introduced in Hosab. You're gonna tell me he died in the same book where he has word mark tattoos and supposedly made the yielding when we don't even know if his mom was a witch? It's probably assumed that his mom was a witch with fire powers because his dad had the shadow powers. With all of the information that he knew, he had to know how to tap into it. That's all I'm saying.
I agree. I think he was very well educated.
Very smart. Like, I feel like, and you can also travel through worlds, I guess, through a witch mirror. Hello.
Hi guys. We're back.
We're back again. It's been a couple weeks. We had to postpone last week. I'm going to try to get this episode up on Sunday.
Oh, Mel, you're amazing. I've got
Try our best.
2 sick kids, but we're gonna do our best here because Rory's got a lot to go over.
We're gonna try. So we did get cut off again because your phone died.
I forgot about that. Yes.
Yeah, we got cut off again. I was talking about Cormac and when he uses fireball and everything, and then I left off saying, like, there's another way to get into different realms or whatever. It was through a witch mirror, and how I said we don't know anything about Cormac's mother.
We don't.
At all. except that we can assume that she had fire powers. Because obviously, as I said before, his father had the shadows, no fire. Cormac has shadows and fire. Which actually, that was something I thought of the other day, and I was in the car and I couldn't write it down and I forgot. Which, as I'm saying it, it's coming up again. We never see any other character but him have powers from both sides of their family. Have you noticed that?
I was thinking about how we don't know anyone's moms, but let me think about that because
It's
Lucian,
weird.
Lucian we see.
Lucian, but Lucian doesn't, well, he might know that Helian's his father.
I know.
Yes, Lucian. Other than Lucian. But because
I don't think
Lucian,
we know.
because Lucian's
right?
the only person we know that has parents from different courts.
Well, and also Lucian's parents are actually the only parents that we know in general.
Yeah, both.
The entire series. We don't know Rhysand's parents. We don't know Tamlin's parents. Actually, those are the only parents we know. Even the Archeron sisters, like we don't even
we
like,
know
their
nothing
parents
about their mom.
The mom was just awful.
Which I also wanted to bring up. I totally must have not skipped over this part in ACOTAR, but I don't know, I just didn't remember it. I say this all the time. I've read it so many times that I like forget stuff, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But Nesta has a specific quote that I sent to you, and I forgot that this is going to be brought up, but I sent it to you, and it's about her mother. And it's when she's visiting Emery and trying to get her to train, I believe. I'm gonna see if I can pull it up. I also want to point out how many fucking times their mother is pointed out in ACOTAR. So weird.
The Archeron mom?
Yeah. Like so many times she's brought up.
Really?
Ridiculous amount of times.
I feel like
almost more than their dad.
I don't remember that in ACOTAR. Maybe I was so like blown away by my love for Cassian.
Nesta's mother had wanted a prince for her. And then Feyre goes, our mother wasn't what one would call a pleasant person. Nesta made her own choices, but our mother laid the groundwork. And
that's right.
What Nesta did with music and dance, our mother saw it when we were children and honed it into a weapon so she would marry a prince. And then Nesta knew how to swim. Her mother had made sure of it thanks to a cousin who had drowned in childhood, murdered by fairies, dragged into a swamp. Who does that sound like? Tia and Theon. Weird.
Interesting.
Yeah, that was really weird. Yeah, it's my mother died when I was 12. My father, blah, 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 blah. You know, like it's just, yeah. Nesta noted the lack of herself here, the lack of their mother. It was a pointed absence. Nesta was prized and trained by their mother. It's so weird. It's just, yeah, there's a lot.
It's so interesting to me. Do you think, let me ask you this question. Yeah. Do you think that she will ever talk about the Archeron mom ever again? Or do you think
she has to? I know
I hope
we always get off topic, but I want to talk about this actually. So I found the quote.
Okay.
It's right after they talk about the awful grandmother too. Emery kept fiddling with the imaginary spot on the counter. Our fathers were two of a kind. They believed children should be harshly disciplined for any infraction. There was little room for mercy and understanding. So she's talking about her and Bellius, because he had just, I know the type. Her mother's mother had been the same way before she died of a deep-rooted cough that had turned into a deadly infection. I don't believe that. She had to be a fucking fae, because like
she had to be.
Nesta had been 7 when the stern-faced dame who insisted on being called grandmama
I was gonna say that's weird.
Had
I never picked up on
her
that.
palms raw with a ruler for missteps in dancing. Worthless, clumsy girl, you're a waste of my time. Maybe this will help you remember to pay attention to my orders. Nesta had only felt relief when the old beast had died. Elaine, who'd been spared the cruelties of Grandmama's tutelage, had wept and dutifully laid flowers at her grave, one soon joined by their mother's stone marker. Feyre had been too young to understand, but Nesta had never been bothered to lay flowers for the grandmother, not when she bore a scar near her left thumb from one of the woman's nastier punishments. Nesta had only left flowers for her mother, whose grave she had visited more often than she cared to admit.
I forgot about that part.
I forgot about that one.
Interesting.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Weirdly interesting.
So she's visiting her mother's grave a lot.
She was when she was human, yeah.
Wow.
Which is weird because I always thought that she just, connected her mother to the grandmother, but
Yeah. So, but I understand that. I understand Nesta, like, that she's your mom. It's like, I get that.
yeah. Yeah.
Interesting. Nesta.
It's odd. And then there was another thing when I was texting you yesterday about the Tamlin and Lauren thing, which we'll get back to again at some point. But there was a quote that was really odd to me about Feyre. Also, Tamlin's healing power. I forgot that we saw so much of his healing power in ACOTAR.
I know. I want to make a reel this week. Hopefully I'll have time to put on, I'm wanting to get more involved on our Instagram page, like way more involved and like do reels and stuff. So I'm hoping in the next
I meant
2
to
weeks.
tell you, I changed the name of it a little. I just added podcast to the end because everyone else says that. So I was like, okay.
Perfect. Totally fine with that. So I'm just trying to, I'm wanting to like get more involved in it, hopefully.
This wasn't the one that I was looking for, but it says the Spring Court was a land of rolling green hills and lush forests and clear bottomless lakes. Magic didn't just abound in the bumps and the hollows, it grew there. Weird that her mother knew. Possibly knew Tamlin.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there was a debate online the other week. I don't know if you saw it on Facebook about Tamlin, that quote where he's like, your mother never told. Yeah. And, so people were like, oh, you guys are really way into it. He was just saying that. And other people are like, no, there's definitely
that was
something
very pointed and
it
very
was
random.
It was.
Because she was talking to Lucien and he's just like, your mother, like, what?
Well, and he like made a point to like cut in. Yeah, it was really weird. Like, very bizarre.
It was so weird. I can't find the quote, but it was very similar to the one when she's on the horse and he like puts the magic glamour or whatever over it, and she's like, oh, it like felt familiar. Like the magic felt familiar or whatever. And so then I was reading.
I remember that.
Yeah. And so I was reading like near the Starlight pool scene because I wanted to read that again.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I forgot to just fucking annotate it or what.
Sure.
But there was another sentence that was so similar to that where it was like felt similar or like something like that, and I can't, because I was like, oh, this is weird. I have to tell Olivia.
It was like, was it something about how she like tasted the magic, or it was like the metallic?
No, because she always tasted the magic when he like put it on her. It was something else.
Oh, I love Tamlin. The food is not enchanted or drugged, and it will be your own damn fault if you faint. So you're going to sit at this table and eat, Feyre, and Lucien will do his best to be polite. I love how
the scene where he uses his phantom hands like Dorian. The one fucking time. That and when she's on the horse.
Yeah. His
little phantom wind hands.
The invisible bonds loosens. Yeah.
And but before that, it said like, it felt like, didn't she say like it felt like hands pushed her back in the chair?
Hold on. I love this book. Every time I read ACOTAR and like revisit it, I fall in love all over again.
I know.
Here it is. Holy shit, Melody. So why?
Oh,
I
I
wonder why we
found
never
it. I
thought
think maybe. Go ahead.
Dorian.
Huh?
Oh, I said I wonder why we never thought like Dorian and Tamlin being related. Because I know it doesn't really make sense, but like I shot to my feet, wisdom be damned, and was about to kick back my chair when invisible hands clapped on my arms.
I knew it. I knew that quote because I was like, oh, Tamlin.
And shoved me back
What are
into
you
the
going to do with
seat.
those invisible hands? Before I even knew about Tog and about Dorian, I was like, phantom hands. And then I was like, who the fuck is Dorian using my Tamlin's power?
Do not do whatever it is you were contemplating. Tamlin said, I'm going to fucking reread this book. I forgot how great it is.
Oh my god. Okay.
Honestly.
All right, so this was the weird part. I don't know if this was exactly what I was talking about, but this is the one that I annotated. So she was talking about her father, right? And it says, first of all, before that, it says about the Starlight pool. The liquid was delightfully warm, and I strode in until it was deep enough to swim out a few strokes and casually tread in place. Not water, but something smoother and thicker. Not oil, but something purer and thinner, like being wrapped in warm silk. I was so busy savoring the tug of my fingers through the silvery substance that I didn't notice him until he was treading beside me.
Oh, I'd be like, hey, buddy.
And then but I also feel like even when Farrah was human, like people can sneak up on her so fucking easily, and she thinks she's so sneaky. But then even in ACOTAR, she's like, oh, Nesta was behind me. Oh, Elaine was behind me. Oh, Azrael was behind me. And I'm like, bitch, watch your surroundings. You are a hunter. Everyone's always sneaking up on your ass. I didn't notice.
But that's you bring up such a good point. That's how I feel about Aelin too, right? With like when Aelin's like, I am the best assassin. I'm the most amazing assassin, but like shit keeps like getting past
King's
her.
assassin.
She's like, I'm the best in Otterland or whatever.
I'm the curse breaker. I'm the king's assassin.
Yeah,
I'm the special magical starborn princess. Meanwhile, Nesta's like, I'm just a badass. I don't need a title.
I know.
I love her.
I know.
So anyway, there was that one, and then later on down the page, after he's like, who asked you to swim? Who taught you how to swim? Blah 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 blah. She said my father was called the Prince of Merchants. I said plainly, treading that silky, strange water, I hardly had to put any effort into it. The water was so warm, so light, that it felt as if I were floating in the air, every ache in my body oozing away into nothing. Kind of familiar to how she felt when she was attached to the cauldron.
Interesting.
How she was floating.
Yeah. Is this like a
Farrah? And guess where the Book of Breathings ended up when it was thrown in the cauldron? But Jessica's fucking library.
Which is like, how? How did that happen?
Because it's a portal. It's a gate.
But that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, how does Farrah throw it in the cauldron and then like Jessica gets it? Or is the timeline switched?
No, it's not even the timeline. It's like,
you know what I mean?
Well, no, it's okay. So I don't know really how to explain this. So do you remember the quote that I pointed out when Nesta and Emery or when Emery and Gwen win the blood right and they end up in wherever it is when they're having tea, and they said, oh, when you touch, the monolith, it, must transport you to where you need to be.
Yes.
That's what the cauldron is. So it put the book where it needed to be at the time.
Interesting.
So if the cauldron and the Starlight pool are kind of being not super connected, but being kind of mirrored here, I do think that we're right about it being one of the thin places, one of the portals.
I totally agree with you because it's I don't even know how to describe what I'm trying to say, but I agree. I agree.
Like, it has to.
The Starlight Pool is very significant. I know people keep saying like, "Oh, you guys make a big deal out of the Starlight Pool and it doesn't mean anything." Yes, it does. She made a point to write a very, very
Very.
detailed.
Very. And like I said, you're like, you really think she's going back to book one? Like, how can she physically not? How can she ignore all that shit that she wrote?
I know. Well, because book one was a masterpiece. I don't care what
It
anybody says.
was.
I don't care. I don't care. You got hooked on ACOTAR
Yeah.
because of book one.
Yeah.
That's the reason why.
Yeah.
So the fact that you think that she's going back and visiting that thrills me to know, and thrills me because it's literally one of my favorite books.
Okay, you know the exact point in Hofast where I go, okay, book one's gonna come back.
Okay,
know the
tell me when
exact
it
point?
was. When was it?
It was when Bryce and Hunt and all of them were in the Cave of Princes. And I'm pretty sure it's in the scene where they realize that there's black salt and everything. And she like takes it and she like licks it. And Hunt is like, why the fuck are you licking rock? Like ash, like what the fuck are you licking? When he was like, do you remember that? When he's like, why the fuck is she?
Not.
Oh, yeah. So she basically, so there's like this stone or whatever, this black stone, which kind of again reminds me of the Ramiel monolith, and like there's black salt on it or whatever, and she like swipes it with her fingers and like licks it, and then Hunt's just like, what the fuck is she doing? He's like, I don't know why the hell she would put that shit in her mouth, but okay. And then later on, he's like, she was making sure it was black salt. Like it's like a lot later. But in that scene,
Hunt.
but in that scene, I know people are so mean to him.
They're
But
so
in that
mean.
scene, like she tastes the salt, whatever. And then they realize that they're being like chased by the ghouls. And so she runs over to, and I quote, a river of starlight that runs through the Cave of Princes. She jumps into it, and they're pissed because when their wings get wet, they're super fucking heavy, and like they're like just bad swimmers, basically. All the winged people are just terrible fucking swimmers because they get just like logged down by their wings. They were so pissed at her. They're like, but they like jumping after her, whatever. But and then they're like, the river of starlight, the river of starlight. I'm like, there is no fucking way she's writing river of starlight and not remembering pool of starlight.
That's
Especially after the Midgard worm.
I was gonna say I could have sworn
worm.
I could have sworn you were gonna say it was the Midgard worm that made you think she was thinking of book one. Because I'm like, she could have made that monster anything. She could have made it like that, like
No.
hellhounds.
Yeah.
She didn't. She made it a worm. And I'm
Yeah.
like, I still don't understand why. Like I'm like, why?
But no, it was the river of starlight. And then it was the scene when she liberates Evelyn. And as I've said before, it says, you know, vines and blooms of roses grew in her hair. And I'm like, bitch, please. Come on.
That was so, I read that. I was reading those scenes because we talked about it. It was so spring court coded.
Yeah. It's like spring court in dusk. Like it's like dusk is dusk, but it's spring. If that makes sense. Like the season is spring and the time of day is dusk.
It was kind of weird though, right? Like I'm like, why would she write her having like flowers in her hair and like sitting in the roses everywhere?
And that's also the exact moment where I was like, okay, I was completely right, and the spring court and the autumn court are also distant cousins.
Explain that to me. What do you mean by that?
Well, Bryce's father was Einar. He's obviously Autumn Court, as we know.
Yeah.
She's obviously part Dusk Court through him, because apparently their lines, whatever, at some point in Midgard. But then you have like all of the things that I said earlier, like Tamlin walling up under the mountain, like Celine walled up the Dusk Court, and the light and all this. And so Bryce has the light, and she has the roses blooming in her hair, but she's also, the redhead of the Autumn Court. She does not have her father's fire still. We thought we were going to see it, and we didn't. She doesn't have it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which, again, what fucking court is Ember from? I'm still not convinced this woman is human.
I'm
not letting this go.
I love it. She's got to be like half human, half fae. She has to be, because she ages, right? Like she ages, she looks older. Like, so it makes a point to say that.
Yeah, so here's my thing. And I don't remember if we brought it up on the podcast. I apologize if we did already. But here's the thing. Amber lived her entire life under the parasite. But because she thinks she's human and the parasite doesn't affect humans, she wouldn't. Even if Bryce told her after Hofast, oh, there's a parasite with the fae, I took an antidote, whatever, you guys don't need to because you're human, right?
Right.
If Ember took the antidote, would she be demi-fae?
I totally think she could be. Because how?
Like Aelin, like she had a human form and a fae form.
Yeah. Yeah. I could see it. Because why would Bryce be, unless it's only through Einar's line?
Which doesn't make sense, because it would be so watered down by then.
It would be.
Unless they were trying to
allude,
unless they were trying to allude that she's just Thea reincarnated, but that doesn't make sense. Because Hunt is her mate and not Adis. So that doesn't make sense either. So, but could Ember be, because I'm still kind of convinced she's from the Day Court. Because her name, why Ember? Why Ember?
I know, Ember is very pointed.
Sunfire, I don't know. So could Ember be the result of, say, a Day Court person and a Spring Court person, and then they had a child with a human?
I know.
It's weird.
The priestess, or who was she praying to? It was like the sun god, wasn't it? Or something like that?
Yeah, Solus and Sathona.
Yeah, when they were running from Einar. So I thought that was interesting that she picked that god in that temple. So it's
and Randall is a sun priest.
I know.
She was, okay, they were immediately drawn to each other when he saved them.
I know.
That was odd too.
It was the whole thing is odd.
Mates. That was mates. What?
And
we know that the fae can be mates with humans. Yeah.
Yeah. I know. I thought the same thing. I was like, that's so weird that they she stayed with the guy who rescued them. I mean, it's cool. I love it. I love that part of their love story.
So I see two different mirrors there, and then I'm going to go back to the Starlight pool because we jumped a little.
I know. Sorry.
So the first mirror that I think of when I think of Ember and Randall is Miriam and Dracon, because Miriam was demi-fae, mortal presenting. She had a mortal lifespan, rounded ears, all of that, despite being half fae. So that could be what Ember is as well. But Miriam, we had the whole thing with the Queen of the Blacklands, which we never know who the fuck she is either, but whatever.
No.
Queen of the Blacklands. And then, she gifted Dracon Miriam as a slave, whatever. He let her go. Later on, they find out that they're mates. So the mirror is the demi-fae being mated to a mortal versus the demi-fae being mated to another Vanir, technically, because he's not really fae, he's seraphim or whatever the hell.
Yeah.
Angel, which again, as we know now, the angels technically are lesser fae. They're
Yeah.
fae. They're fae who had the, you know, the ears removed from them, basically. So there's that mirror. And then there's when you said, oh, she ended up with the person that saved her.
Her.
Who else is gonna end up with the person that saved them but Gwyneth Berdara?
Oh no. I steer clear of the Gwen reel.
No, I will not let you. So anyways, those are the two
always-
mirrors, Gwenreal and Miriam Dracon,
Yeah.
Ember and Randall.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to do so many fucking cuts of this part of the episode because
Sorry.
but
I went off topic.
no, I went off topic because I was like Ember and but anyway,
Don't
that's
cut it,
just how
just
my
leave
brain works.
it.
It's like tunnel. I'm like comes to a fork in the road, and I'm like, do I talk about this, or this? And then we go one way, and then we forget about the two other ways, and then we come back to them. It's fine.
Well, I mean, you can leave it in because those are good pieces. The Ember
So
thing
much, I
and
know.
the.
No, I will.
So
but,
you want to talk about the Starlight pool?
yeah.
This is okay. Let's talk about the Starlight pool.
Yeah, so the River of Starlight in Hothas immediately reminded me of the Pool of Starlight in ACOTAR.
Okay.
And so going back to the beginning of the Starlight pool scene, I do have a couple things that I annotated. And I
Ooh,
did not
love it.
annotate the super adorable, cute lines from Tamlin because I didn't want to just go off and gush about Tamlin because we do have our Tamlin debunked episode that we can do, and we can do all of that there.
I'm so excited.
I'm so excited. Can we just really quick though? Can we just mention how Tamlin buried that fairy on his lands?
I don't understand how people could say, "Oh, he has so many red flags," when he was so
High Lord
kind.
digging a grave for a stranger.
I know. Can you imagine that? Tamlin, I read that and I was like, I love him. I just love him. And then I asked myself, could I see Rhysand doing the same thing? I don't know.
Hello.
Maybe.
He lets people get. Look at Emery. He let her get beaten and clipped by her father. Like,
Yeah.
he doesn't check Illyria. He doesn't, enforce his
I
laws
know.
because he doesn't give a shit about anywhere but Valaris.
That's why I don't understand how people can hate Tamlin when he's like
Yeah.
out there as a high
Oh,
lord.
because of the
digging a-
tithe. Oh, so he made them pay
Great.
taxes?
Which they all do. And also, what
No
pisses
shit.
me off, I know we're gonna have a
I
Tamlin
know.
episode, like, we don't know what the other courts do. The other courts probably have a tithe too, people. We know of 2 courts.
Summer and Night have taxes because they both mention that they have taxes.
Yeah. It's the
So, it's
same
like, come on.
freaking thing.
Whether it's a trading system or a tithe or just, sales tax like the Night Court has. Fucking stupid.
I did want to bring up a real quick point, and I'm glad that you mentioned it, and it's kind of off topic, but did you notice in Hofast how Amryn, and thinking about book 1, how Amryn used the word tithe to Rhysand when and I thought that was when she was describing the Asteri and the history, and I thought that was really weird. Don't you think it's weird that
I
they
didn't.
use really? Why?
Because I'm gonna get into the theory later. I have it all ready.
Wait, so you thought of that too? You felt the same way?
It spiraled me into a huge theory.
I love it. Well, because the wording was weird, Melanie.
Yeah. So it ties it ties into the whole Moor and the horses and the wild hunt thing that I'm gonna get into later.
Okay.
Just so you know.
I kind of like it, but I think I might know where you're going with that. So
I don't know if you saw the reel, but I made this whole long slides reel the other day.
I saw part of it. Yeah.
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 So anyways, she says, what is this place? Out of the corner of my eye, Tamlin was no more than a glittering golden figure. Because he doesn't have his glimmer on.
Aelin. Does that not sound like Aelin to you, though?
Well, Aelin was fire, like Lydia.
Fire.
Pure light is Starborn.
he was a glittering golden what?
Figure. Like his
Figure.
whole body was light.
A glittering golden figure. So it's not fire, because to me it sounds like fire. Glittering golden. No, okay.
Because every time SJM describes fire, it's like blazing or, flickering or like, like flames.
Yeah.
But glittering golden, like starlight, like sunlight. The sun is the biggest star. That too, that I told you.
Which, by the way, would make sense if Tamlin, Feyre, and Bryce all had dusk because their scents were the same. Remember, if we go back to that whole thing, which probably is nothing, but they have the same scent.
Feyre has lilac and pear.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Tamlin has lilac and cedar. Yeah.
Yeah. And Bryce was lilac, and I forget what, like, she was lilac, and I can't remember.
Who?
I'll have to. Bryce.
Bryce was lilac and nutmeg.
That's what it was, nutmeg.
Because Einar was nutmeg and, embers or something. Embers or something. I can't come on. Fucking sense. But anyway, what is this place? Just a glen. Behind us, Lucian snorted. Tam. Do you like it? Tamlin asked quickly. Like trying to change the subject?
Yeah.
The green of his eyes matched the green between my fingers, and the amber flecks were like the shafts of sunlight that streamed through the trees. Again, golden flecks. Constantly. Golden flecks in his green eyes. The golden flecks. The amber flecks. Even his mask, odd and foreign, seemed to fit the glen, as if this place had been fashioned for him alone. I could picture him here in his beast form, curled up in the grass, dozing. So can I. What? She's so dumb in this book. Do you like it? He repeated. Yes, that's it. Yes. Would you like me to grovel with gratitude? She's so annoying.
Feyre.
And then they have the whole, if I'm a clever girl, I might train you with treats. And I hear you like to be brushed. I fucking like that. And then he's like, I would pay good money to hear what the Suriel has to say about Lucian. Me too. Because the Suriel would be like, yo daddy ain't yo daddy.
I think Tamlin knows that. Tamlin has to know.
You know what? I feel like, new theory. I feel like the Suriel purposely doesn't get caught by people he knows he'll spill secrets to that can't handle the secrets.
I kind of love that new theory, though. Really?
Because Rhys said that he tried a few times and couldn't catch one. So if Lauren's his sister, or his sister is out there and had an affair with Tamlin, the Suriel's like, I ain't getting that messy.
Like, I don't want to step on that landmine.
Oh, I'm not stepping on that. Tamlin, like, guess what? You're related to Rhys. I'm not going there either. I feel like Suriel ain't getting caught by people he can't spill tea to. But,
I love that theory. You're such a good freaking character.
I know. And like, dead.
Characters.
Jessica dead.
Jessica, which, by the way, I saw your reel on Jessica and Ethan, which made me not only crack up.
I sent it to you, yeah.
Yeah. They would have been perfect mates. Why kill her off?
I thought they were cute, but I was firmly on the Ethan and Perry train in Hosab, so.
Were you really?
I love friends to lovers. Like, that is my favorite trope.
Really?
Love it. Fucking love
Perry
it.
was nobody. She's like a nothing.
Don't you dare slander my girl like that.
But it's true.
Excuse me.
In Hosap, come on, you seriously read about Perry and you were like intrigued by her?
She was the only one that let him back in the pack. She was the only one who would tell him information when they needed it. She was the only one that would give him encouragement. She was the only one that didn't completely shun him. She was the only one that warned him about Amelie, her fucking sister. Come on. She was the VIP. I fucking love her.
That's so funny. But I don't know,
I
like
love
I don't like it because I feel like he never thought much about her and like how
No,
can
they
they
were
be
friends,
mates?
but like again, he was traumatized. It's like when people are like, "Oh, Lucian and Therian aren't funny anymore." Okay, have you read what they've been through? Why are they gonna be
That's
funny after going
that's
through
a
all that
valid
shit?
point.
So like I feel
That's a
like
valid
his head wasn't like, "Oh, I need to get into a relationship." His head was like, "Okay, my entire family was slaughtered and killed." Like,
Yeah.
you know. So I don't
Yeah.
think he was even thinking, like, even in Hofast, like, he's not thinking, oh, who's my mate? Where's my relationship? He's too busy with other things, you know.
True.
Like I
True.
said, I was worried because I did think at the end there, like, oh, okay, so the wolf mystic is his mate. And then we're
I
like,
could
no,
have
it wasn't Sigrid.
I could have sworn it was Sigrid. And you want to know what I think happens? Do you know? Do you remember in that interview when she's like, and then I'll take 2 Barbie dolls, and then it's kind of like you're trying to make a kiss, and then it does a kiss. So I actually was thinking about Sigrid and Ethan
Yeah.
when like she was doing that. I don't know. I kind of was like, oh, maybe she was supposed to be his mate, and then she had to change her heart because I feel like she's
Yeah.
having like lots of changes of heart lately. I don't know.
Well, not like dramatic ones, but yeah. I mean, I was just really happy. I fucking loved Perry. Like she was one of my favorites. I know
Really
I never talked about her
surprised.
because like everyone's like, she's forgettable. Like there's really not much to talk about her
I
about.
know. I know.
But I love hers.
It's funny because that's what I
Yeah.
mean, like, she didn't stand out, so I'm surprised she would bring back Perry. She's like, "Oh, Sigrid's
But
not gonna work.
see,
Let me go back and find Perry." It was really weird.
we are going to get back to the Starlight pool again. But I
Sorry.
need to
Let's
say
go.
this. I need to say this. You know who the Perry is in ACOTAR?
Wait, hold on, let me think about it.
Actually,
The
two
Perry
people. The two Perrys in ACOTAR.
Who are the 2 Perrys next door? Okay, let me just think about this real quick. So, Perry's, like, the friends that nobody sees
Well,
as,
she's
like, a
like the
romantic.
background character that did little things that made an impact.
Gwyneth. Gwyneth is a Perry. No?
One was one was a big character in
You
ACOTAR.
think Gwyneth's a big
Like a
character? Okay,
minor,
wait.
minor character
A
that made a big
minor
impact. At least to me.
a minor character in ACOTAR. I have no idea.
Balthazar, for one, and Briar. Balthazar and Briar are the fucking Perrys. Little scenes, huge impacts.
Interesting
I'm
perspective on
fucking
that.
telling you right now that Briar's Tamlin's mate. Briar's Tamlin's mate. I'll never get off that train. I don't care.
I I think it's you
More
I
and
there's a
more
part of
people
me.
are agreeing with me on Instagram too, and it makes me so happy. I had full-on conversations with like 3 people the last 2 days that are like, "Oh my God, I never thought about that." But after I read your highlight, I was like, "It's so obvious." And I was like, "I know."
But I feel like it's just because her name's Briar.
It
Like
is not. It is
whoa,
not.
ma'am. Oh my goodness. Did I
Hello. The
did I hit a
strongest
button?
wind she'd
Under?
ever felt from his beast form. He's shapeshifting and wind bending at the same time.
But that doesn't mean mate with Briar. I mean,
Okay,
he's
that's like
distressed.
people saying, "Oh, Lucian spell cleaving doesn't mean it was just to get to Elaine." Yes, because we know Farah's not his mate, and we know he wasn't just gonna send it to Asriel. Asriel was holding Briar.
But he loves Farah at this point. He thought so. Of course,
No,
he
he
could
was
just stress.
pissed at her at this point because then we had the fucking High Lords meeting, and we know what that entailed. He was
Yeah, but then,
pissed.
but after the High Lords meeting, Rhysand's like, remember, he's still in love with you. And even in Frost and Starlight, he was still in Frost and Starlight.
No,
That's
Reese said
fucking
that.
crazy.
I do feel like he was like, I think Tamlin's more like, I could have lost my only chance or whatever, but like, because again, I think that he thought that Lauren was his mate, kind of like Lucian and Jasminda. So he's
Well,
not thinking, oh, I have another mate out there.
I want Lauren to be his mate, but I'm also like, if Lauren wasn't his mate, I think he was still like in Frost
Oh,
and
in love with
Starlight,
her.
like, yeah.
Yeah, like Jasminda. Like I said, like him and Lucian's lives are direct mirrors of each other.
Yeah.
At least
You know
it's
what's gonna really make me mad is like 4 years from now when we revisit this podcast, if we do, and we have the final outcome of the book, and like Lauren's never mentioned again. Tamlin doesn't have a mate. She killed him off. Like,
Don't even put
Briar-
that in the
Bri-
universe.
Briar's never written about again.
Balthazar's forgotten.
Balthazar's
Fucking
off.
if I swear to God, if Emery fucking dates more after what she did to Nesta, fucking done. Fucking done. Swear to God. Anyways, like back.
Okay, Starlight Pool. Sorry.
That reel that I sent you of that other podcast.
What?
Where they're like, we have 3 brackets of every episode. From this time to this time, we talk about this and we title it this. And from this time to this time, we talk about this and we title it this. And I'm like, I could never.
Okay, no, that's gonna be us. We're gonna do that, Melanie. We could.
No.
We could. We could do it.
Some people's minds don't work like that. So those people will watch us.
We could do that.
Some days
We'll
I feel like the mom on the Gilmore Girls when she was like, you want to know what my mind is like? She goes off on the tangent. Yeah. Anyways, back
Starlight
to the
Pool.
Starlight.
Well, because it's like, what else is there to say about the Starlight Pool? We don't know anything about it.
We stop atop. I can't talk. We stopped atop a mound, and my hands slackened at my sides. She loves that too. There, in a clearing surrounded by towering trees, lay a sparkling silver pool. Even from a distance, I could tell that it wasn't water, but something more rare and infinitely more precious. Oh, that was one of the weird lines too. Because how do you know that? How do you know that? From a distance?
Yeah.
From a distance, Farah?
Yeah.
The silvery sparkling water that dribbled from his hand set ripples dancing across the pool, each glimmering with various colors. And that looks like starlight. He huffed a laugh, filling and emptying his hand again. I gaped at the glittering water. It is starlight. That's impossible. This is Prithian. According to your legends, nothing is impossible. How? The silver, but also the blue and red and pink and yellow glinting beneath. The lightness of it. ... I don't know. I never asked and no one ever explained. When I continued gaping at the pool, he laughed, drawing away my attention. And then he's like, unbuttoning his tunic. I'd be like, yes. Yes, man. Yes, man.
Yes, Tamlin, please.
There was only bare muscled golden skin beneath. Why this place? This was my favorite haunt as a boy. Which was when? A long time ago. And then they talk about Lucian. What would happen if I were to drink the water? Tamlin straightened a bit, then relaxed, as if glad to release that old sadness. I'm sorry. What?
As if glad to wait, it said that? Ma'am, page number
184. Smack middle of the page. If we have the same page numbers.
Yeah. Let me look. Oh, no, they are different.
Eh.
Dang it. What chapter?
18.
Okay.
It's like 2 or 3 pages. 4 pages-ish into chapter 18. It's in the middle. Well, it's in the middle of my page. Legend claims you'd be happy until your last breath. He added, perhaps we both need a glass.
Perhaps we both need a glass. As if letting off an old sadness. I don't remember
If it was
that.
his favorite place as a boy, why is it making him sad?
That's such a good point. Huh. Interesting.
I don't think that entire pool would be enough for me.
Farah.
2 jokes in one day, a miracle sent by the cauldron. He came a step closer, as if forcibly leaving behind the dark, sad stain of what had happened to Lucian, and the starlight danced in his eyes. Like Reese. Danced in his eyes as he said, "What would be enough to make you happy?" I don't know. What about the ringing of bluebells, or a ribbon of sunshine, or a garland of moonlight? He grinned wickedly, and that reminds me of Lucian's whole thing.
Yes, it does.
High Lord of Prythian indeed. High Lord of Foolery is more like it. And then the liquid is delightfully warm. And then the weird part about the Papa Archeron, when she says 8 years ago he amassed wealth on 3 ships to sail to Barat for invaluable spices and cloth. Tamlin frowned. Risky indeed, those waters are a death trap unless you go the long way. Well, he didn't go the long way. It would have taken too much time, which means he knew. And our creditors were breathing down his neck, so he risked sending the ships directly to Barat, and they never reached their shores. So also, it says, when the ship sank, the creditors circled him like wolves. They ripped him apart until there was nothing left of him but a broken name and a few gold pieces to purchase that cottage. I was 11. My father stopped trying after that. So then it says, I couldn't bring myself to mention that final ugly moment when another creditor had come with his cronies to wreck my father's leg. I think they were fae.
I mean, it's interesting that there was a lone creditor that came
with cronies
after he was like, they got everything.
Yeah. And
right?
To smash his leg, that's fae.
That's such a fae thing to do. They're so like
I'm always like, I was like, the fae fucking came and fucked him up for doing something. Because the continent too.
But what?
And then it keeps saying like, his eyes twinkled and like it's maybe it was the enchanted pool, or maybe it was the genuine interest behind my questions, but I smiled and told him about those years in the woods. So weird. So weird.
I just want to know about the Starlight pool. Like, when is she going to tell us? What if she never revisits the Starlight pool?
I would literally be.
It's haunting me, Melanie. It's haunting me.
Can I bring up that Tamlin, again, I don't remember if I said this last time. I was really tired last time, guys.
We don't mind.
That Tamlin is the only fae that has fangs. Elongated
I don't think we talked
canines.
We did not talk about that.
And I find it
Ma'am.
funny that, you know, he has Aylin's ring and Rowan's wind power and Starlight or whatever, I guess. I'm like, everyone's like, oh, it's his beast form, but he's a shapeshifter. He literally could just not make himself look like himself if he didn't want to.
Yeah. Shut up. I mean, like, you know what I'm thinking. You know what I'm gonna think. And
because like all the time, and then it's like his fangs elongated and then his fangs vanished. Those elongated canines came out. And I like highlighted a bunch of them.
He is so tog. He is so tog.
He is so they like elongate or whatever when he's upset, like his claws, right? And I feel like that's just the part of the Tog Fae that he got after, I don't know, someone somehow got from the Tog world to the Prythian world.
Yeah.
When both of those portals were opened. And that became Tamlin's family, or part of Tamlin's family. So I feel like that was like with that and with the ring and with the wind power and everything, I'm like, he's definitely related to Aelin. And Lydia now.
Yeah. Yeah. They all have to be.
Yeah.
The only thing that's different that I can't quite place is his beast form is different from Lydia's. Lydia's the deer. And she was saying, they were saying the whole fest that there was like a group of Fae, right? That Brandon's line that was created and they
the
did
sun
fire.
stags, yeah.
Yes, the sun stags. So I'm just trying to figure out like why is his beast form unless
he created his beast form, dude. He's a shapeshifter.
he did he?
We don't.
So it could be anything.
His original could be anything. He could be a sun stag.
He could be like,
that's fucking lame for a High Lord. I'm gonna be a beast.
You just see like a deer like in the woods like pop out. Oh, that's the High Lord of Spring, guys. Like
the Lord of the North. Like that was kind of lame. He's like a fucking deer. I feel bad. Tamlin's like you know someone fucking made the fuck fun of him.
Rhysand, you know, Rhysand, Cassian, and Asriel were like, dude, you're a fucking deer. They're like, you gotta change that shit, put some horns on it.
What? And then he's like, I don't know what to do. I know, I'll just be a mix of fucking everything.
Everything.
And that's what he did. The body of a bear, the head of a lion, the antlers of the deer. That's what he did.
And then, you know, the Bat Boys were like, that's better.
So much better. The
so
huge
much
fangs.
Yeah.
The giant claws. He's like, yeah, that's more intimidating.
That's fair. You got it, Tamlin. Not the little like
since he changed it forever.
What I would do to get a reset Tamlin prequel. Come on, man.
The whole thing. I want the whole thing.
I really want I want us to write that little fic of like the making fun of his like deer form and like him being
No, but like honestly, where the fuck, like where else? How is he a shapeshifter?
I know.
I feel like that might have been his dad's line.
The shapeshifting, like.
But then, like, it's just confusing because which line was Rowan and Aelin's? Was it his dad's awful line? Because it could have been because Lydia's awful line through her dad was theirs too, right? Because remember before we're like, well, they wouldn't have raised awful children, but it was really whoever made buddy with Rigelus after Aelin and Rowan were dead, and then they trusted him, and that's how that shit happened. And she's rolling in her fucking grave. Poor Aelin. But you know what, Aelin? You started it by trapping them in the Hell Realm and letting them out into other worlds. So
I'm not entirely convinced she's dead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm convinced. Oh, I didn't. Did I send you that? I didn't send you the TikTok. There's a girl that explains the whole timeline in regard to Lydia and having Rowan's ring. And like, yeah, she's definitely dead.
She said that?
Yeah. Like because if they came 15,000 years ago and they had known Rigelus for a while in their world enough to trust him, Aelin wouldn't have let that shit fly. You kidding me? It was 15,000 years from what? Prithian, I think it was. Prithian or Midgard or whatever. Yeah. So then it had to have been another 15,000 years before. And she like explains it. She explains the whole timeline and how Lydia has the ring and all of that. And I'm like, exactly. And I don't get how people aren't seeing this because they're like, oh, she's related to Brandon and not Lydia. I mean, and not Aelin. But that's a ridiculous argument because Aelin is the one who got Brandon's fire. It has to be Aelin's line. It was passed down to Aelin.
No, yeah, it was passed down. I mean, I'm still reading Tog.
And they're like, oh, well, Brandon and Mala had other kids. Why the fuck is SJM going to connect them to some unnamed child that has never been talked about? That's fucking
I
stupid.
mean, she did bring Celine in, so I don't know. It's a possibility
But there was
she could do
already
it.
but there was already the history of Thea, and we knew that Thea had children.
That's
We
true.
just didn't know how it connected to Prithian.
We did know about that. That's true.
So,
I
but
do feel like
she's not just gonna like pull Brandon's other kids out of her ass
No.
randomly to connect them to Lydia, and especially like the ring. And how everyone's like, oh, well, in this one, it's on top of the band. And on this one, it's, yeah, SJM's fucking terrible with details. She's already said this.
Oh, she did say that.
Yeah. Like, you can't. I know that people are like, oh, sometimes you guys are too picky on theories. Why is it weird to be too picky on theories, but not weird to be too picky on whether the ruby is above the ring or in the ring? It's the same fucking ring. Okay?
You know what's funny is I did go back and I read it, and I was like, the description of Rowan's ring versus Lydia's, it's similar but not exact. And that's yeah. And so I was like, oh, but like, why would she make a point to like bring up
Exactly.
the gem?
Like,
it's
why would it be a family heirloom? Why would she give it to her sons?
Yeah.
Like, come on. It's not going to be some random ass fucking ring with no connections to anybody.
Right.
And if you think that, you're fucking dumb. I'm just going to say it. Like, don't be dumb. Don't be dumb. Come on.
I mean,
it's not a random ass ring. It's Rowan's.
It's a big deal if you're handing that ring down to your kids. Like, let's just put it like that. That's a big fucking deal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially with like her kids were everything to her.
I know. To Lydia.
And even the fact that like she hated her father so much, she could have sold that ring at any time. She didn't.
The fact that she kept it despite everything.
She wore it.
I know.
She had to know, like, or not know, but maybe she found out something. I don't know.
Yeah. It's interesting because it's so interesting because at some point, like from my interpretation of Tog, we've got Aelin and Rowan, and they're super like morally good and they are wanting to do the right thing. But we see if they're truly their descendants, that someone somewhere in the line, whether it was their children,
Rusted Rigulus,
or underneath it, they got corrupted because they were horrible to their children. Like horrible, like Tamlin's dad. But then you're like, oh, was Tamlin's dad? I don't know why I had this thought. Like, was there an Asteri involved in that, or like were they in Tamlin's spring court? I don't know, but I don't know.
I'll get into that later. Like I said,
you have a theory about that? I feel like
I do. Yeah, it's very long, but
So I don't know. I love that you caught that though about his elongated canines. That's like awesome. That's just so cool.
Oh,
such a good detail.
Oh yeah. I was like, come on.
I didn't even think about that. That was not even on my radar.
I'm also from Aelin's line.
You are. Look at you got canines. Apparently, did you read that article?
What article?
I think it was like, I don't know if it was like Elle or Vogue or something, but canines are supposed to be very attractive. That's like the in thing right now.
Oh, so sweet.
You're so trendy.
So trendy.
Having like pointy canines.
My
like
dentist.
Very attractive.
My dentist asks me like every year, like, oh, usually that's like a genetic thing that runs in families. I'm like, there's not one person in my family that has weird teeth like that.
Like,
there's not one person that has the vampire teeth.
Melanie.
Probably through my biological father's line.
Yes. I love this.
Since I never met him and all,
Oh, sorry. Damn, dude, we gotta bring in the real stuff.
Oh, I just saw a quote. Stars danced in my vision and I stumbled to my feet out of instinct, grabbing for Lucian's hunting knife. Lucian's knife. This was the whole Naga thing. And then I was looking up the other day if like the Kelpie and the Naga and all of that also had black blood, because I had a theory that the Asteri that got stuck in Prithian actually created like the monsters that roamed the lands.
I have a cool theory.
Because Vesperus makes a comment about, oh, just release me to the middle. Just release me to the middle. Remember that?
I do remember. And I'm like, why? Why do you want to be in the middle?
The middle was where the witches used to be. And I think that that's how the witches got corrupted. I think that they helped the Asteri create these creatures.
I could totally see that. Why does she want to go to the middle? Because like what's in the middle?
Nothing
there
now,
a
just
portal?
the Bog of Orid.
Which I still find that funny, that thing with Lanthes, every time we think about the Bog of Orid. And he's like, I haven't heard that name in a very long time.
I did? Yes.
I get the chills. I'm like, what's the Bog
Lanthus
of
is
Orid?
actually Lanthus is in my big theory, but I gotta get through this one really quick.
Got it. Let's get through it.
Yeah, his fangs vanished. It was the least I could do. I love him so much. Oh, and then Alice and her nephews. Fucking Alice.
Alice, the
Fucking
OG
Alice.
traitor herself. OG. Alice, you fucking traitor.
Oh!
Come back and answer for your goddamn war crimes.
I found it. I found the quote. Finally. It's when she's fighting the Naga. And it was a little weird, but so they're like attacking her, right? And she's mortal. First of all, can we all agree that like Feyre should not have, I mean, technically she didn't survive under the mountain because she was mortal, but like she should not have even survived this initial Naga attack.
Right. I thought that too.
So yeah, they're
Aw, the good old days.
I would not be hunted down like a deer among wolves. I would find a way out of this. Okay, a black clawed hand closed around the shaft of my bow, and a resounding snap echoed through the woods. I only had time to half turn before one of them grabbed me by the throat and hurled me to the ground. He pounded my arm so hard against the earth that my bones groaned and my fingers splayed, dropping the remnants of my bow, but didn't break.
Yeah.
When we're done ripping off your skin, you'll wish you hadn't crossed into Prithian. His breath reeked of carrion. I gagged. We'll cut you up so fine that there won't be much for the crows to pick at. And then it says, white hot flame went through me. Rage or terror or wild instinct, I don't know. But I didn't think. I grabbed the knife in my boot and slammed it into his leathery neck. Blood rained down onto my face and into my mouth as I bellowed my fury and my terror. Temper.
Feyre.
I'm sorry?
Feyre.
Talk to me about that flame, girl. Interesting.
Weird.
Very weird.
That she was even fast enough to get him in the neck.
A mortal human versus 3 Naga?
So Feyre has this, and Nesta has the glamour's not ever working on her, which
they're half fae.
She's also a witch too. Like
so all the Archeron sisters then have to be a witch. Have to be witches. Right? I originally didn't think that Feyre was. I thought she was just all fae. But I don't know. I think Elaine and Nesta are for sure witches. Elaine's a seer, for Pete's sake.
But you know what, so how I said, like, you know, Vesperus and the Asteri or whatever created them through the Bog of Orid or whatever, the witches with the witches. What if Vesperus was the Dark Mother?
I totally could see that. But also, I wish that she had expanded on that in Hofas.
Well, because Vesperus was still alive there, and she was like, oh, my magic is all under the earth or whatever.
Well, if she's the one that's like whispering in the stone and stuff like that, like she could be giving out orders to her little creatures because there's tunnels underneath the courts.
The Dark
right?
Mother sent us a gift today, brothers. And a meal. Which, weird.
Can we also talk about how it's weird that I feel like in the Spring Court, there are very different magical evil creatures compared to like the other courts, right? Like you have the Naga, and then there was like the cereal, which we end up seeing like just roaming
The
around.
puka,
Yeah, the
Yeah.
puka. We never see those creatures ever again. Like we never see the naga again. We never see the puka mentioned ever again. Like how are they not in the night court or in the dawn court or
well, they're
it's
just not in Valaris.
Yeah.
And well, they can't
we
be in
don't
Hewn
know.
City because Hewn City is under a mountain. It's not really earthy, and then Illyria is like all the way up in the mountains. So, good
So
for
like
them, I
they
guess.
can't be there. So they're
Guess
not there.
so. Screw the other courts, I guess.
Screw every court but night court, I guess. Like, does Helion have nagas? Like, I want to know. Where's the puka hanging? Is it just Tamlin that's plagued with these creatures?
Well, it would be spring and autumn and summer.
Course.
Of course.
Give all the seasonal courts the
Yeah.
crappy end of the stick.
The Naga are fairies made of shadow and hate and rot. And then the whole oh my god, when the cereal says talking about like the king of Hybern or whatever, and he says he was unhappy with the treaty. He resents he was forced to sign it to let his mortal slaves go. 100 years ago, he dispatched his most trusted and loyal commanders, his deadliest warriors, which, plural, we got Amarantha.
True.
Who's
True.
plural?
Unless we'll just never know.
Remnants
Unless they've
of
been
the
killed.
Yeah, I don't know. Remnants of the ancient armies that he once sailed to the continent to wage such a brutal war against you humans, all of them as hungry and vile as he, as spies and courtiers and lovers. Jurian. They infiltrated the various high fate courts and kingdoms and empires around the world for 50 years. When they had gathered enough information, he made his plan. Nearly 5 decades ago, one of his commanders disobeyed him, the Deceiver.
I know. The Deceiver. I love that. I wish they had referenced her like that more.
They call her the Deceiver.
The Deceiver. It's kind of it's also like very like kind of Witcher. It reminds me of The Witcher a lot. There's a lot of like similarities. And I love The Witcher.
Like Amarantha was very like dramatic and cocky, but she was interesting at least.
She was a great villain. Amarantha made you fall in love with ACOTAR. A lot of it. The Under the Mountain, I mean, that was like such phenomenal writing. I thought so. I mean, the riddle was kind of lame. I didn't figure it out, but like the trials were good. It was all good.
Can I point out what I pointed out to you over text because I need to say it on the podcast?
Say it.
The thing that I sent the audio message to you about.
Go for it.
I have to. So chapter 19, the first page of chapter 19 of ACOTAR. It's when Tamlin has all the paint supplies brought into the manor to the gallery. Anyways, she's like, he'd done all this for me, as if I would have cared about cobwebs or dust back when you were actually grateful for shit.
Yeah.
Here it is. When he paused before a set of wooden doors, the slight smile he gave me was enough to make me blurt, "Why do anything this kind?" His smile faltered. It's been a long time since there was anyone here who appreciated these things. I like seeing them used again, especially when there was such blood and death in every other part of his life. Who appreciated painting? I don't know. The person who painted the mural, maybe? Fucking Lauren? I'm torn. I don't know. Like, I want it to be Lauren, but like
But what? But what were you gonna say?
But it could still be just like another random character. I don't know.
Yeah. When you were reading that, I was like, what if it was just like his mom?
Like, what if
No,
his mom?
I mean, the sister could just be like another person entirely.
Yeah,
Which
like not
would suck.
introduced
Yeah.
yet. Yeah.
Which is why, like, before I read Crescent City, like, I named her Nova in all my fics, and I referred to her as Nova and everything. But
I mean, I'll be really disappointed because, like I said, like, what was the point of introducing Lauren? Granted,
fucking bonus chapter and everything.
she never brought her up again. Never. I don't understand. And I'm furious over it. Cynthia
I'm
becomes a
probably
huge
delusional, but I don't know. The secret book could be the prequel. It's
I
probably
pray to
crazy, but it would make
I
so
know.
much fucking sense.
I know.
Which is
Yeah, I
why
know
she
it's-
left out all the Springheart stuff, why she left out, you know, the names, why she left out Lauren and CC3. Like, it would make sense.
It's weird that she left Lauren out in CC3, especially because Rune and Lydia were so prominent in it.
I'm still pissed that she wasn't at his fucking wedding.
I'm furious over it.
Her
I
one
can't,
fucking
like,
child.
Melanie, I can't get over it. Like, so you expect us to think she's sitting in her villa depressed, and she's not at her son's wedding?
Like I said, like, it was a surprise for Rune. Okay, whatever. But fucking Lydia didn't ask Bryce, where the fuck is his mom?
Okay, Lydia's a mom. Okay,
A mom!
Lydia
Yes.
herself is a mom to 2 boys. You think about the mom when you do shit like that. Okay, I'm sorry.
Bryce, who's like, oh, Rune's mom was always so kind to me when I'd been over there. What the fuck? You go all the way down a fucking submarine to get her son, and you don't get her mom?
Yeah. Does that make any
It's
sense
gonna
to you?
piss me off to the end of time.
I will never get over this. And you want to know what? You know it's not going to be expanded on. You know she's not bringing Lauren back based off that writing in Crescent City 3. She's not coming back. We'll never know.
So mad.
And
I'm so mad.
I'm gonna.
I
I'm
started
gonna-
writing that scene,
I know.
which I still haven't finished, but I started writing.
I know
But
you did.
I'm like, and then someone in the group was like, oh, well, you know, they only described a couple of the guests. His mom would have been fucking listed when he was looking through the room. Like, he wouldn't
That's
have
what-
gone over to his mother. Unless we're supposed to assume that his mom is kind of like Gwen, like leaving the library. But that was never expressly stated that, like, she never goes out. She just
No, it was never
rots
expressly.
there.
That's what, but also like Rune to me, I mean, he had kind of like weird feelings towards his mom. Like he had like affection, but also like,
Oh, she never posted my pictures on the fridge.
I know, like he was kind of like a little resentful towards her, but I feel like he would be like, she would want to be here. Like, I don't know. I don't know.
Like, come on.
You
I
would
mean,
describe
at
his
least,
mother.
at the very least, maybe she mirrors Tamlin in his manner.
So here's why I'm so disappointed, because you have SJM, who is the queen, as we've seen through all of her books, of taking the tiniest little detail and then like bringing it back, right? Like for
The most
example,
random shit.
the most random shit ever. So tell me what we were talking about before this, because I'm so upset I can't even remember where I was going with this.
Brought back Ember's fucking Cabbage Patch babies. Like, the fucking lettuce baby.
But that's what I mean. She brought back
God, we get a hunt lettuce baby and not Lauren.
He brought back Lion Guy. He brought back Lion Guy, our friend Leo,
Oh, our good friend Leo.
as a fucking Reaper. You mean to tell me she didn't think to bring back Lauren to the wedding?
Oh my god, I can't. You know who she did bring up at the wedding? Cormac.
I
And
cannot.
even Sophie.
I cannot go on the Cormac crack ship with you. I love you. I love you, but I cannot get on that. I can't. He's
Dude,
dead.
you need to look at my comments on my video because there's
I
a lot of
did.
fucking people on my train now.
Girl, I looked at it. And I shook my head the entire time I looked at it. I was like, you guys are going down.
Okay, Miss Nessian ship.
Melanie, you're going down the same path again. She's gonna just destroy you in the next ACOTAR book.
Well, she's
Don't
just
let
gonna
her
kill
do
off
that.
Cassian, and you're gonna be destroyed too.
I will be destroyed. I read the Crescent City and I was destroyed from the I read those bonus chapters, destroyed for like 2 weeks. I was texting you and Miriam like in mourning.
You were so...
I was so upset for 2 weeks over Cassian.
Okay, but like circling back real quick to this
Right.
scene, the fucking gallery though.
I
Like-
know, it was so beautiful.
Like,
She's in there painting.
it's been a long time since someone's appreciated and used these things. Like, it wasn't him. It has to be Reese's sister.
Who else could it be? Unless she's literally gonna be like, it was his mom.
No.
Who else would appreciate
The
that?
mural is fucking Ramiel. Who would know exactly what Ramiel looks like?
I
It
know.
wasn't fucking Reese. Obviously we
Reese
know
is
he
not
doesn't know how to fucking
painting.
paint. He doesn't know how to paint. That's why
He
Farrah
does
does
not
it.
paint.
And I'm just gonna say this again because it bothers me. Amryn was not fucking taking up painting. There was no goddamn fucking way. Amryn was like, I'm gonna try painting for a week. No, the fuck she didn't. Mora's a pathological liar.
But
We
why?
already
The
know
question
this.
is,
It was Reese's
why would
sister's paints.
why
were
would
blue.
Mora lie about that? Why would Mora lie about it? Because I was thinking about it, I
Because
was like,
there's some secret about the sister that nobody's telling anybody.
I know. I know.
Even the way that Azrael was like, she looks like Reese's sister. What the fuck is her name?
Yeah.
Farrah
No
doesn't
one will
even know
say
her
that.
name.
Why will no one say her name?
No one will say her name. Nameless
No.
is my price. Just saying.
I have not read that part yet. Do not ruin it for me. Do not fucking ruin it. I will never forgive you.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Stop it. You stop it right now because I see it trying to come out. You better keep that thought to yourself. I know.
Fine. But
Someone
okay.
in the group chat
but
said that too.
Who the fuck is painting Ramiel?
And who's painting their cabin? Who's painting Reese's cabin before Farrah?
It's not
Wait.
fucking Amryn. It's not fucking Amryn. And the fact that the paints were explicitly blue, and that's the first color that Farrah, when she's looking at the mural, she's like, the blues and the whatever. Like, bitch, the sister fucking went to the cabin after being at Tamlin's and fucking stashed the paint there. You cannot tell me otherwise. Can't tell me otherwise.
I love it. I love that.
And everyone's like, oh, well, the paint would have dried out, but they're fucking magical fairies.
I
You think they don't have like some fucking spell to keep paint from drying out? Shut the fuck up.
Well, also, can we talk about like Tamlin knows where to go get the paint. He leaves, right? Like, I just find that so weird that, like, I mean, I guess like you could just go buy paint anywhere, but like,
And
he was,
where?
like,
Does he have a city? What is the city's name? Where is he going to buy this stuff?
tell me more about Spring Court. Like, he knew immediately where to get the
Is
paint.
he
'cause
taking
got-
the Starlight pool to Valaris and just picking up the paints and then just popping back? Like, oh my god. Because if the sister established, or not if the sister established, but if the sister established that there is a portal from the Spring Court to the Night
Yeah.
Court, Tamlin still fucking knows where it is.
Yeah.
Because his father forced him to go with him that day. So he
Yeah.
knows where the portal is. It's
He
definitely
totally
in
knows.
place. Because you're telling me the father and brothers and him got in there undetected and killed his fucking family without using a portal? Ain't no
Yeah.
fucking way.
Yeah.
There's wards
know.
and shit.
I
The
know.
only thing stronger than a ward would be like a portal fucking built by the mother or whatever,
Yeah.
right?
Yes. And we know they're a couple in Prithian. We know that for a fact.
Asriel.
Asriel.
Asriel. So the only people who know this is Tamlin and Asriel at this time.
Yeah.
What
Can I just vent to you? She literally, and I'm so fucking, this is why I haven't finished CC3. I'm so fucking pissed about this line. This is why I need a break from her. She literally didn't need to have Asriel say, "This looks like Rhysand's sister." He didn't need to fucking say it.
I told you, she's fucking with us. Hello, we are back again. After getting cut off again.
I know.
I feel like that's just how we end now. Like completely random surprise. You never know when it's gonna chop.
You know, I was thinking about you all day today and just like how difficult and how much work you put into the cap cut of like our podcast. And I was like, she's just wonderful. Like that's just so much
It probably
effort.
seems so choppy, but I do my best.
You do a great job. Even when I'm watching it, I'm like, with what we do and the content that we have, like you do a great job. So
yeah. And I do want to apologize, especially for last night, because I get so excited and I just keep talking and talking and talking and talking. And there are times that I talk over you and I'm sorry. And I noticed that and I was like, I'm so annoying.
no, it's
Because
totally good.
Because there's people that were just like, sometimes you guys talk over each other. And I'm like, yeah, we get excited. Okay. It's me. I know it's me.
No, it's me too. Like you're talking and then I'm like, ooh, I want to say
I
something.
know.
And
Our train of thought's just like,
that.
wait before we forget. We're both talking.
I don't, but it's funny because that other podcast, I feel like you can kind of hear the other person. I'm not quite sure. I mean, you can kind of hear the other person, but hopefully if I get a new computer and then we can get my microphone, things will work out a little bit better. One of these days when I get a little bit more money.
Come on. Anyway, before we start, we were in the middle of talking about the Starlight pool and we're going to continue that. But I want to give a shout out to Booked Through May, Laura on Instagram, because me and her both have the Starlight pool theory and I talk to her about it all the time. And I sent her a message today and I'm like, just so you know, we're talking about the Starlight pool on the podcast again. And it always makes me think of you because we're always like, she's gonna bring up the Starlight pool again. Where is it? And I was telling her, like, I'm like, I need the secret book after ACOTAR 6 to be the prequel of ACOTAR, like Assassin's Blade for Tog. I need it to be ACOTAR prequel with like the history of the Starlight pool and like recent Tamlin's parents, father, mother, what went on there, their friendship, the degradation of their friendship, Tamlin and fucking Lauren, how he got her out of the world. Was it the Starlight pool? Is he Starborn? What did his mom know? Like, we need a fucking prequel.
100%. 100%.
Amarantha.
Yeah.
She misses Amarantha. Put her in the fucking prequel. I need it.
I'm really hoping that her saying she misses Amarantha means she's writing the prequel. I pray to God that that's what that means, because I don't want a novella of anybody else, honestly.
I know the fandom as a whole really wants a Minorian novella or a Minorian book, but I'm fine with guessing their future, honestly, because I think that sometimes, not all the time, it depends on the characters, but sometimes it's better to let it lie and just like imagine what their future was, because like I know especially with Minorian, people are like, did Dorian ever figure out how to expand his life to be with Manon? Did the magic expand his life or whatever? And I feel like if she writes their book and it just turns out that like he dies at the end of old age and Manon's like at his funeral, everyone's just gonna be fucking destroyed.
They're totally going to be destroyed. But she did say that the next book is going to be very emotional for her, or
Exactly.
not the ACOTAR book, but so I think she's writing a Minorian book.
I know. That's my first thought. But
Yeah.
I still would much rather the ACOTAR prequel. I think it could still be super emotional if, you know, if it goes back in time and it's like young Tamlin, young Rhys. She could even go, like, she could go that far back, like, even to like their fucking childhoods.
Yeah,
Like,
I thought
she
about
could,
that too.
it
Yeah.
could literally be like, you know, those books that are like, for example, the From Blood and Ash book that just came out, it's a compendium. And so it's a minor character's like journal entries of the stuff that she experienced in the past. And so I feel like she could do something like that where it's just a collection of flashbacks.
Yeah.
And like it's all knitted together in like a little timeline, you know, and it could go
Yes.
all the way back to their childhoods, and it could even be like dual POV. So it could be like a chapter of Rhys's childhood,
Yes.
a chapter of Tamlin's childhood, and then like a dual POV when they're friends during the warband, and like everything that fucking happened there. Amarantha targeting, you know, Tamlin, what happened when he was forced to go to those meetings with his father
Yeah.
as a child, and you know, Rhys finding Cassian and them having their brawl for Rhys's clothes and him being like, Mom, there's this kid that's sleeping out in the fucking cold, and like him saving Cass, and then them meeting Azriel, teaching Azriel to fly, and then it could be another Tamlin chapter, and it could be, you know, Tamlin being friends with Ianthe and like what happened there, and then the next like part of the book, because you know how she has like 3 parts or 4 parts of the books, the next part of the book could be like adolescence, and then like what happens when they're teenagers, and like that would be so fucking cool to me.
Yeah.
And I want
Yeah.
that so bad.
Oh,
Because it
I
could
would
be childhood, like part 1 could be childhood, part 2
Yeah.
could be adolescence, part 3 could be young adults. And then
Yeah.
like leading up to the very beginning of the ACOTAR book, like we could get Andrus. Because people's like, I wish we had like one fucking flashback or one scene of Andrus just to like know who he was as a person aside from Lucian being devastated. Like we could have had all that shit. I want it.
I want it so bad. I want it more than anything.
More than
Like,
anything. More than anything. That's what
yeah. I have to say, I'm really impressed with is it Jennifer? I don't know how you say her last name. J Laws, like Armandots? How do you say that?
Jennifer Armentrout.
Armentrout.
Mhm.
I love like how thorough she is in the fact that in her books and in her writing, and like the fact that she'll release that it's the compendium
Yeah.
with that minor character. Like
It's so funny.
That's amazing. That's incredible to put in these like tiny little minor like details that like
Mhm.
you know we would eat that
A
shit up.
whole
I would eat that shit
compendium
up.
book.
If you wrote even like okay, say like she even was like, I'll do a compendium of like Rhysand having like a journal, like his journal entries. Yeah, I would eat that. I would eat that shit up. I would eat that. Lauren's journal entries. I want to see all of them young. I want to see all of them with Rhysand's sister. I want to see that.
Dude,
more than
give us
anything.
Rhys and more greasing up the library floors and fucking sledding down them. Like,
yes,
I want the flashbacks, bro.
I want it all. I want the Bat Boys climbing down the 10,000 steps, vomiting and like smelling the puke, and then like vomiting all over
the
again.
fucking
Yes,
everything. Like,
I want it.
I even want, oh God, I even want like the scene of Lucian and Jasminda and like Jasminda's death and him
I don't want
fleeing to
that.
Spring.
Come
I do.
on.
Well, I do because we need to see what he was like when he got to Spring, because I feel like a big part of Lucian trying and trying and trying with Tamlin now leads back to probably Tamlin trying with Lucian when he was in
Yeah.
the same spot.
Yeah.
Because you can't tell me that Lucian was not a fucking shell of himself forever after she died.
He had to have been.
Yeah.
He had to have been. And I'm still just like on a random tangent about it. Like, I'm still kind of pissed off at Lucian a little bit. Like, I love Lucian, but like, I'm a little mad that he allowed Feyre to do what she did. And so I think about that a lot lately, because he knew. But I would love to see that too.
I mean, in his defense, I think a lot of people forget that he had no idea that she was a Daemati. So he honestly did think that Tamlin was making those decisions on his own because he had no idea that she was Daemati. The only
Did
thing
he
that he
figure it
knew,
out?
huh?
Did he figure it out? In the
No.
end? I don't think he knows even in Silver Flames. Like, I don't think
No. He knew before they fled, when she made Ianthe smash her hand with the rock.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I totally
And then
forgot
he
about
was
that.
like, she was like, pick up the rock, put your hand on the boulder. And he was like, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. He was like, what? So he did not know until that point. The only thing that he knew was that she was still Rhys's mate and she had the tattoo. That's all he knew. He thought, honestly, that she was just going to do something stupid and petty and then leave. He did not know that she was going to like hurt innocent people.
And destroy an entire court. Yeah.
Because that's why he was mad. Because he still calls it home. And ACOTAR, when he's like, well, I can't, I'm willing to bet I'm no longer welcome at the spring court. I was like, no.
I know.
So
well,
like he was mad. But I mean, he really didn't have a choice because she's like, I will never let you see Elaine. And like, it's his mate.
That's what's so petty about Feyre too, is like she couldn't be like objective enough to the point where she's like, I get that you're mates, like you can see her. She would literally be like, you can't see Elaine. Blah 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 blah.
Especially after knowing what happened with Jasminda.
I know.
And that's what sucks. I'm like,
and that's just totally what sucks. But like I pray that Sarah J. Maas sees this, because like I would love to read her writing in the prequel.
I need a flashback compendium so badly.
Oh, so badly. I want to see the young Bat Boys. I want to see young Tamlin. I want to see young Lucian. Like, that's what I want.
Every single fucking past scene that was alluded to in these books.
Yeah.
Every single one.
Absolutely.
The painful ones, the silly ones, every single fucking one. I want to see Tamlin practicing poems during the Woke Warband in the little contest. Yeah. And like, I want to see it.
I want to see Tamlin hanging out with the Bat Boys, because you know that the three of them and Tamlin were best friends. And I know people are like, that's bullshit, blah, blah, blah. No, they were friends. They hung out. They enjoyed each other's company. I'm convinced.
It's so weird that like the Bat Boys never, well, aside from Rhys, but like Cassian and Azriel never talk about Tamlin. Tamlin never says their name. But at the High Lord meeting, when Cassian's like all defensive of Nesta, and he's like, looks like other preferences running the Archer on family too. And Cassian was pissed. And Moira's like, sit down. Like, Moira like put her arm out in front of him to prevent him from like fucking attacking him. But true.
It is
Look at the facts.
I mean, it is true. It's like
all right, back to the Starlight pool.
Yes, we are gonna finish this theory. I promise.
Yeah, we have to just finish this one. Okay, so we left off with the set of wooden doors and the gallery.
Yes. Oh my gosh, yes.
Yes, where, you know, he says, why do anything of this kind? And then he said, it's been a long time since there was anyone here who appreciated these things. I like seeing them used again. And we're like, by who? Lauren. Lauren. People think we're crazy. But
How can they think that? Like, I don't understand that.
literally, who else?
Because he didn't have a sister, right? Not that we know of. It was all boys.
His mom wouldn't have painted Ramiel.
His mom would not have painted. I mean, maybe she enjoyed art, but like he never said that like explicitly, so I don't think so.
Yeah, it was hidden with like a sheet.
He covered that up.
He covered it.
It was so upsetting to him that he covered it.
Yeah. So he covered it, and then the female night court tunics in his house. Like, it literally all adds up. And I was fighting with someone on the group last night, like fighting with them because they're like, that's ridiculous. And blah, 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 blah. They just, yeah.
About the Lauren thing? Well, what were they saying?
They're like, they don't even have any screen time. She's not even like a character. And all that stuff.
She's
like,
not even a character.
Yeah.
The whole.
They're like, he mentions his sister like once, and she doesn't even have a name. Like, that's the whole point.
Okay, first of all, can we just address this real quick? The whole fight between Tamlin and Rhysand, and essentially like what keeps this book going, is because of her and the mom and their deaths. Like that's what started it all.
Yeah. They're like barely mentioned.
And also like, okay, also you brought this up too. If she wasn't a big deal, like why is she talked about in CC3 again?
I know. I was like, she was literally brought up in Hillfast again.
Like the latest book brings up Rhysand's sister.
Oh, she looks like Celine.
I know.
I'm just so upset that Bryce wasn't like, oh, she looks like someone I know.
I know. I'm really surprised that Bryce didn't say anything about that.
I know. I mean, I kind of get it because when she first met them, she like didn't even want to bring up Rune. Like she didn't even want to bring up that she had a brother. She didn't know if she could trust them.
Yeah.
She's like, I can't mention Rune or anything, which is weird because she's like, hunt my mate, hunt my mate, hunt my mate. This is Hunt.
I know.
But she's like, but I'm not putting my brother in danger.
No. People were trying to say that because of that like behavior, you know, that Hunt was not her mate. And I was like, you guys, like it's been confirmed. I was even in a fight last night, not to go off on tangent, but about Bryce and Azriel being mates, but definitely not. I know. Like the insistent that was something happened. I know.
Let it go.
But my point being is that if people still are having hope for a Bryce reel, Lauren and Rhysand's sister is like still a big plot line.
Legitimately. And the fact that she had Rune say, I'm going to have to go tell my mother that my father's dead. She'll be the only person to mourn him. Where's the scene, Sarah?
I know. That's what I don't understand is why wasn't that included?
Like, did it happen off screen? Did it just not happen yet? And we're waiting? Because
why would she do that?
Could it possibly go the way that I wrote it, how he goes to tell her and she's just not affected the way he thinks should be?
Yeah. I'm curious that we don't even have an interaction between him and his mom though. Like, I don't understand exactly why she did that because like I said, Rune's the main character. It's just so bizarre.
In the fucking bonus chapter.
She could have even written another bonus chapter with Lauren like she did for House of Sky and Breath.
I reread that bonus chapter last night because I was upset. And like, even the hints about fucking Sathya were glaring.
I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
Just a little note. I was like getting upset at the frat pack because they're like, her ordeal was probably like having her manicure chip or whatever. And it's like, I feel like it's weird. I mean, I know that he doesn't live with her, so maybe it's not that weird, but I feel like it's weird that Flynn like never knew that his sister like had a childhood friend that became her boyfriend that she was in love with.
I found that weird too. And And I was really, it was really upsetting, like, because I reading those scenes where she's like, like seeing him in the Viper Queen's grasp. I mean, that's so distressing. And like
Oh
the
my
fact that he was
God.
like, he had the trigger or whatever, and like he
And he
wasn't
was
gonna
like
pull it.
shaking.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that was painful. And then she was like, my ordeal was losing him.
It kills me. It kills me.
Just again, like I know he's like 10 years older than her and he doesn't like live with them, but you wouldn't know her childhood friend. Like you wouldn't know
I know.
like when she's being genuine versus when she's just being like having a mask on, like your family.
I feel like he was not the best brother, and I understand there's like like a pretty big age difference, so that might be
Yeah.
part of it. And he has a lot of things
And
going
their
on.
parents
stuff.
were definitely part of it because let's be honest, Satya's the favorite. And he probably has a lot of resentment. Like
I know.
Nesta. It's like giving Nesta and Feyre.
It kind of is giving us and Feyre.
Yeah.
But so it was sad because was it that like he asked her to marry him and the dad said no, and then he like defected and went to the Viper Queen? I can't
I don't
remember
know if
exactly.
he asked her to marry him. I know that they were together and
Yeah.
his family was poor.
Yeah.
And the dad was like, absolutely, like the Lucian and Jasminda thing, how Jasminda was just a lesser Fae.
Yeah.
He wasn't lesser Fae, but he was poor and he wasn't of their class. And so he's like, you're not being with my daughter. And then he literally took the kid and like sold him to the Viper Queen.
I don't understand like why he would sell him. Like, why can't they just stay in the court? Like, why couldn't that guy just stay there?
Because he knew that Sathya would probably be like, I'm finding a way to see him.
I'm running away or something, or we're gonna get married regardless. Or
yeah. I think he knew that like a part of her was like not the mask she put on because she was refusing every single guy that he threw at her.
Yeah.
He's like, get over him, damn it.
I know.
He was so mad.
I know. It was.
And then it's like,
can't get over him.
And then it's like Flynn who's like, oh, you just want to marry Cormac for status. And like, that's why you're creeping around. And like, so why did she want to talk to Cormac?
I know. I still think about that. Like, unless she was going to Cormac to be like, hey, can you like get my guy a job in like your court or something? Like, I don't know. Like a higher up position. I don't know.
It's weird though, because she honestly thought that they had just like moved away to like another continent, whatever that was. So, but the fact, I feel like maybe she might have been like, the fact that he never like calls me or texts me.
No.
Because they do have phones.
I know.
Unless he had told her that he moved to Avalon where there's no service.
Possibly.
And that's why she's like, I need to talk to Cormac. Like,
yes. That would make sense. That would make total sense to me.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that makes like perfect sense when you talk about it like that.
Yeah. So I'm like, she never wanted Cormac. She just needed to talk to him.
She needed to talk to him to get her guy back.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I love Friends to Lovers so bad. So I'm so torn because like I loved her with Therian, but I totally get why she would want Colin back.
Yeah. I know. I totally get that too.
It's like, because Perry would go after her man.
Don't even start with me with that. All right, I want to talk about the Starlight pool because I love Tamlin and I love the theory that like Reese's sister and him are mates. My favorite. It's just my favorite. But it's
theory. Like they're gonna remember their love. Is basically the point of this, the theme. Like she never forgot Colin. He's never gonna forget whatever the hell her name ends up being, if it's Lauren or whether it's another character. It's just, there's too many clues. Like there's too many hints. I don't get why people are like, oh, you guys are crazy. Like Reese is still mad. And Tamlin is still distraught. And I need to know if there's some sort of, kind of like how we said, like, how you were like, oh, well, if the yielding is like a spiritual bargain and Cormac's dead, like, what if, like, I don't know. I don't know if it's like, what if using a specific gate needs like a bargain or something and he literally can't tell anyone? Or he just made that bargain with Lauren, like, let them believe I'm dead because I can't come back and it's worse than them trying to help me come back.
God, I'm like,
Like, because honestly, what's worst? Is it worse to believe that they're dead and to like mourn them and move on? Or is it worse to know that like you can never see them again, but they're out there? I don't even know.
I feel like it's worse to know that they're dead because then if you know that they're out there, there's always like that hope. But maybe
I
that's the problem.
know. Maybe
Some
he didn't
people
want to
don't like
give him
that
false
hope.
hope. I don't
I
know.
know. I know. But that's what, like, I was thinking about something you said last night, like relating to Tamlin and Reese, like
Mhm.
in ACOFAS, they had the perfect opportunity to like hash things out and like for him to like bring up the portal at the spring court and they did, but they like didn't do it. And I don't understand. Like Tamlin, I know he's depressed and I know he's suicidal. So I don't know if he just like was so suicidal that he couldn't talk about it.
Oh, but like it seemed to me that he couldn't. Because like
he
he
was like,
couldn't
there's
even
a
like
spell or something.
apologize. He was like, would you accept an apology? Which is
I
so
know.
roundabout, which I've said before, to what like compared to like him and Echo where when he's like, I'm sorry, I'll change and all this stuff. Like he apologizes for the shit that he does. He does.
He always apologizes.
He always does.
Yeah, he always does.
So the fact that he's like, would you accept an apology? And Reese is like, I never heard one. And he's like, I didn't think it would matter. And it's like, it was so fucking roundabout.
It's weird because yeah, Tamlin always apologizes, like always comes out. And for him to just be like, would you accept an apology? I don't know. It was just
Bizarre. Bizarre. I still think that Amarantha had something to do with it. I know I don't really have any hints of this particular headcanon, but I do still think that if he met Reese at the court-wide events, he definitely met the sister at a court-wide event. And I'm like 99% positive in my head that it was a masquerade. And again, that's why Amarantha did the masks.
I still love that theory. I still love it because it makes sense. Like, why else do the mask? It doesn't make sense why
Like,
she would do
it
that.
doesn't make sense. Oh, in honor of his shape-shifting power. Like, why?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Because you were trying to apologize to Lucian. So I kind of get masks, but they had to be like masquerade masks, like animal masks to get at Tamlin. I feel like it was a nod to something else, not just Lucian.
I agree. I totally agree because it's just, I don't know. It
It's
just doesn't make sense.
bizarre.
And like, okay, I don't know if you have ever, so I'm just like thinking about like Reese and Tamlin, right?
Mhm.
And like you said, they would meet, and it was mentioned in the books that like Reese would seek out Tamlin at these events, right? So
Mhm.
like I don't know, I know little sisters and little brothers and a brother, you know, being around that. When you're a little sister, okay, and you have an older brother who has a bunch of really hot friends, you
Mhm.
can't tell me she's not like
You
tagging
can't tell
along.
me.
She's not like, oh my gosh, hi. Like, you can't tell me she's not like Tamlin.
Oh yeah. I haven't seen The Witcher, but every fucking time I see him with what's her face, I'm like, it's fucking Tamlin and the sister. I have a whole highlight
I'm like,
of like clips, and I'm like, that's them. Like they even had a masquerade ball.
she has the purple eyes in that show. Every time I see them too, I'm like, it's the perfect. And he looks like Tamlin. He does look like Tamlin.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
know.
If it was green eyes instead of like gold eyes, absolutely.
Absolutely.
And that scene where they're at the ball, and again, I don't know the person's name, but the like Amarantha like character that's like High Witcher, like she wanted him or whatever.
Yeah.
And she was trying to like mind spell
Get
him
it
to
in
like
his
spell.
mind.
Yeah. And he's like, ugh, doesn't
I-
she look lovely tonight? And like that is what I see happening. Like Amarantha was there at the balls because she wanted to do trade with the courts and all this shit. And like to keep an eye on Tamlin, to spy on Tamlin. And she noticed their thing.
Yeah.
And she was just keeping it in her pocket for the most
Yeah.
opportune fucking time for when she
Yeah.
needed something.
It just makes the most sense to me.
Because why else? Like, even if Tamlin knew the information of where they were going to be that day, he fucking hated his father. Why is he just going to go and tell him randomly, oh, my best friend's family is going to be here today? Like, you know for a fact that the father went to him and was like, what
Yeah.
the fuck are you doing with the night court girl? You better tell
Yes.
me where they are right now. Like, he's worse than Baron.
Yes.
It makes way more sense for the father to have gone to him than the other way around.
100%. We see him be loyal, like time and time and time again, and he keeps secrets for people and places. He didn't show anyone else that Starlight. He doesn't show people that Starlight pool. That's like a really secretive big deal. He showed Lucian. He's shown Feyre. Those are the only two people that know about it, like that we know of. He's not going to go, hey, Dad, guess what? And he didn't even like his dad. Like, he didn't like him.
Hated him. Hated him.
Hated him.
Had to watch him and his brothers abuse slaves. Yeah, I'm gonna go tell him where my best friend's family is. You know, the best friend's family that he absolutely hates.
Yeah. The ones that are against, like, the human slaves, right? I'm going to go let them know.
His enemies, you know, wife and daughter.
And it just doesn't make sense to me, the excuse that Rhysand was given from the dad, like, oh, they didn't like that Tamlin and Rhys were friends.
Yeah.
That's enough
Oh,
to go
because
kill a family?
they were both singularly more powerful than them, which is
Yeah.
another thing in and of itself, which is weird. But also, the thing that's also weird to me, which I don't know if I've actually pointed out on air before, or even if I told you, I might have forgotten. But the thing about their wings getting cut off, right? If Rhys and his sister have the same parents, so they have to have the same magic, aside from maybe misting, because that's why Rhys was the most powerful. That's why he was the heir. That's why the dad was terrified of him, right? Which,
Right.
again, why couldn't you just mist Tamlin's dad? But I digress.
I know. I know.
So if the mom and sister were being attacked, and I mean, you're being attacked, you don't know you're definitely gonna get killed. You're just, you know, you're fighting back, right? Why the hell would she have her wings out?
I know.
Doesn't make sense.
I know.
Doesn't make sense.
I've thought about that.
She would be able to hide her wings like Rhys.
Yeah.
Why were her wings
100%.
out? Why did it have to be two sets of wings to show
Unless
Rhys that
she was
they were
trying
dead?
to, like, fly away. Unless she was, like, trying to, like, come on, we gotta fly. Like, let's go, you know?
Oh no, I don't believe it was them. I don't believe
still
it was
don't.
them.
I don't believe it was them either. He 100% glamored somebody else. 100%.
100% glamored these fucking Illyrian brutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
100%.
And I find it interesting too, because like in Throne of Glass, right?
Mhm.
Aelin is like constantly like taking other people's heads or their hands or like and giving it to the King of Ireland. So like we already see Sarah writing stuff like that where like body parts aren't who they're said to be. So I kind of see her bringing that over to ACOTAR, you know?
And the whole fact that Rhys had no idea that Tamlin had a glamour on the room when he came in. Like, oh, the most powerful High Lord. Like, he can't tell when Tamlin's glamoring something. Like, he can't smell it. He can't sense it. He had to see her plate. He was so mad.
He was pissed.
Furious.
Yeah.
Furious.
Yeah.
How dare you glamour me?
I know.
Like, so bad. So you're telling me that when he was probably screaming and sobbing in grief, he's gonna notice Tamlin's glamour when he couldn't, when he was like nonchalant?
I know. And it just comes back to Eris's comment where Rhysand is blinded when it comes to the people
his
he
family.
loves. Which I think about that quote now in reference to the Ember Randall bonus chapter, like where he's so emotional and screaming, yelling at Nesta.
Yes!
It still plays in that quote. Rhys is blinded. Like we see that when he's like screaming at Nesta. Like,
and even the quote in the bonus chapter where it's like, oh, she was always ready for a visit despite no one visiting her. What the fuck?
That's what I don't understand.
For Tamlin. She's waiting for
It
Tamlin.
has to be Tamlin. Who else would she be waiting for? She's not holding out for the Autumn King. And I know everyone's like, it's the Autumn King. She's waiting.
Yeah.
She knows he doesn't want her.
I have a new theory.
Wait,
So,
are we done with the Starlight?
No. It plays into this.
Okay.
So as we know, I think that Tamlin Starborn have explained why and everything. He has the light and all of that, right? But in order for Bryce to open a gate, what did she need?
First light.
She needed Hunt to charge her up, right?
Yeah, right.
So if you think to CC3 and what Az said about her, oh, Celine looks like Rhysand's sister. If Rhys got the misting power, did his sister get the Starlight? Was she Tamlin's battery to open the gate?
Interesting.
Because if you think about it, when she drew Ramiel, again, the eyes and teeth between the peaks, that's a portal. She had to have used it before.
Yeah.
She knew about it enough to paint it, which means she was teaching Tamlin about it, which means Tamlin was probably telling her the legend of his Starlight pool.
Yeah.
And they figured out, oh, my Starlight can charge up your Starlight. The sun is the biggest star. The same conclusion that Bryce came to after knowing about the portals and the gates and the rifts. The sister had Celine's Starlight because Rhys doesn't.
I know.
Like Rune, Rhys only had the shadows, the darkness power. Like he didn't have anything of his father's. So I think Rune didn't have anything of, say, their mothers. Maybe the mother was part of, I don't know. I don't know whether the father or the mother was part of the Starborn line, but like Einar, how neither Rune nor Bryce got his fire. They only got the Starborn from the line. And Einar had none of it, right?
I know.
What if, the father had none of it, Rhys had none of it, but his daughter got it? And that would make their father even more resentful of the daughter as well. Right?
I know.
I feel like she was Tamlin's battery. They got the portal open, and he can't open it without her. Like Hunt couldn't open it without Bryce.
Yeah. Anyway, that would explain why she's stuck where she's at, right? And I think if you look at Cress's Day 3, because I was thinking about this last night, I find it interesting that she emphasizes that Avalyn was most like Prithian. I find it interesting that she brought in this new character, Celine, for like, I know it's for the backstory.
Yeah.
But I still kind of feel like it's propping up and like setting things up for a big.
Looks like Rhys's sister, which looks like Rune, which looks like Lauren. Yes. And Lauren doesn't know how to use technology like Prithian and Avalyn, which was literally the dust court.
Like the whole air conditioning. Why write about the air conditioning? That's technology.
And the sprinklers. And the sprinklers. And just the fact that, like, again, Rune has not gone and told her about Bryce yet. Yeah, can you imagine Lauren being like, I have Bryce's power? Like, I need it.
But also, okay, and I know people are saying we're crazy, but like, she was shocked when Rune spoke in her mind. She was shocked, but not like she'd never heard it before.
She's definitely Daemati.
Yeah.
Definitely. Like, her brother. Power. Yeah. Because actually, mirror here, Bryce had the exact same reaction as Lauren when Rhys did it to her. Do you remember that?
I do remember
And
that.
she's like, and then she's like, I can't let him know that like I'm used to this.
yeah. It's not the first
Exact
time.
same thing.
I mean, that's why I'm so shocked that she didn't reveal anything in CC3 unless she's putting
Playing a
in.
long game.
I hate the long game though.
Ugh. I'm so annoyed. But like, yeah. So she painted the mural. She painted the eyes and teeth in the mural because what was that? That was like what? The crossing when everyone was going across from the Tog world? Like,
Yeah.
come on. She had to know, like, again, I think that the mother might have been a seer, so maybe she had a little bit of seer power. And like, I don't know.
I know.
Because
I know.
Reese was like a mix of everything. So that means his sister was a mix of everything.
Yeah.
They have the same parents.
Well, and two, we know that they don't like powerful females. And so
Exactly.
if she had all of those powers like Reese, because they're biological brother and
But
sister.
she was also Illyrian, but she wasn't a
Yes.
male.
I know. So that would explain her behavior too in the bonus chapter of like kind of her submissiveness too. Like she's not going to show what she's got because she's so
Yeah.
used to these men.
Mhm.
And she knows what they do to women, powerful women.
Yeah, like Bryce has been saying the whole time, the females, the females, the females. Like she knows from
Yeah.
experience.
Yeah.
But she also knows that some of them are good, like Rune, like Tamlin, like, you know,
Yeah.
Reese, I guess. But you know, it's just it has to be her. It has to be her.
I know.
It has to be her.
It has to be. I'm at a loss for words because if there's anything, everyone's like, oh, it doesn't connect. If anything, it totally connects all these little details.
Yeah. So Feyre in the scene after, you know, he says what he said about, you know, people, him wanting them to use paints again. So right after that, which is even more interesting, Feyre says, so many, so different, yet all arranged to flow together seamlessly. Such different views and snippets and angles of the world. Pastorals, portraits, still lifes, each a story and an experience, each a voice shouting or whispering or singing about what that moment, that feeling had been like. Each a cry into the void of time that they'd been there, that they had existed. Hello? Some had been painted through eyes like mine, artists who saw in colors and shapes I understood. Some showcased colors I had not considered. These had a bend to the world that told me a different set of eyes had painted them. A portal into the mind of a creature so unlike me, and yet I looked at its work and understood and felt and cared. And then Tamlin says, I never knew that humans were capable of ... And then it just trails off.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, a void in each a cry into the
Talking-
void of time that they had been here and had existed. The painter. A portal into the mind of a creature so unlike me, and yet I understood and felt and cared. It's Lauren.
It has to be his sister.
It has to be. You're gonna put in a time realm sentence in there and a portal sentence in there.
And that's
Bitch.
an ACOTAR. That's an ACOTAR. That is
ACOTAR.
the first book of the series.
First book of the series. And then she says, the mural thing. She says, I had not glimpsed the painting that stretched along the wall beside the windows. Not a painting. No, it was a mural. That's what it was. At first, I could do nothing but stare at its size, at the ambition of it, at the fact that this masterpiece was tucked back here for no one to ever see, as if it was absolutely nothing to create something like this. It told a story with the way the colors and shapes and light flowed, the way the tone shifted across the mural, the story of Prythian. It began with a cauldron, a mighty black cauldron held by glowing, slender female hands in a starry, endless night. She's famous because she's like Celine. She knew. What if she saw the hologram?
Lauren, yeah.
Yeah. Because what else is she gonna do? Like Lucian, an unwanted idol child,
Yeah.
right?
You can't tell me she's not getting into a bunch of mischief. She's down there like exploring. She's painting at Tamlin's house. She's
Totally. Those hands tipped it over, golden sparkling liquid pouring out over the lip. No, not sparkling, but effervescent with small symbols. The fucking word marks. Yo. Perhaps some sort of ancient fairy language. Yeah, it is. Whatever was written there, whatever it was, the contents of the cauldron were dumped into the void below, pooling on the earth to form our world. The map spanned the entirety of our world, not just the land on which we stood, but also the seas and the larger continents beyond. Each territory was marked and colored, some with intricate, ornate descriptions of the beings who had once ruled over lands that now belong to humans. The Daglin.
yes.
She definitely saw the fucking hologram.
She knew all about it.
All of it, I remembered with a shudder. All of the world had once been theirs, at least as far as they believed, crafted for them by the bearer of the cauldron. But there was no mention of humans, no sign of us here. So the fact that something in Feyre knew that too. How did you know about the Asteri, Feyre?
I know. Or
Excuse
I don't know.
me.
Are we being gaslit by the Archeron sisters and they know a lot more than they're like telling in the books? I don't know.
But the fact that she circled back to this in CC3, this was the history.
Yeah.
How can she not bring up Tamlin and Lauren?
I know.
Now.
I know. And
this was what Feyre saw.
Even more evidence that you are thinking that she's reading book 1 again. So she had to have like, okay, I'm writing Crescent City 3. We're gonna go, and it's funny because she's like diving into Rhysand's history and his family line and all this stuff. So and
that was in the mural in Tamlin's court.
In Tamlin's court.
In Tamlin's gallery. And the fact that she wrote this fresh from Tog with the word marks, with the cauldron, and we don't see the history until Crescent City 3, tying everything together.
That's how many books is that? It's ACOTAR, ACOMAF. I want to count it. Is that 8 books?
16 books, I think.
Well, no, exclude Tog because...
Oh, exclude Tog.
Well, I guess she started with Kingdom of Ash. She started the crossover. Oh,
she started it. Yeah, she started it, you know.
But
with
like,
the Valve.
my point, my point being, I mean, that's an incredible continuation. So I guess that if anything too, I know I was really initially disappointed in Crescent City 3, but I like hearing how you are connecting ACOTAR, the very first book, with Crescent City 3, and I'm like, and I was like,
the exact shit that she said, the exact shit that she put in the hologram, the history of the Asteri, those ancient beings that thought this was their world first.
Yes.
The word marks. Which again, she gave Cormac a fucking word mark tattoo for a reason. She's going back.
We're not talking about Cormac right now.
I'm not, but I'm just saying, book 1, word marks are in here.
Yes.
And she's connecting it to the Underking, to the Asteri, to Cormac, to all these people in Crescent City. And then she comes back to Prythian. And then it's Rhysand's line, which would have been Rhysand's sister's line.
Exactly.
That's painted in a huge ass mural in Tamlin's gallery.
Yes.
Rhys doesn't paint. That's why he makes Feyre paint him.
Yes. Yes. And that's why too, like we see like, what do I want for my birthday? I always was like, that seems so stupid, you know, where she's like, I want to paint you. Okay, clearly
he can't paint.
Doesn't paint.
He doesn't paint.
It's not him. But I was And like I said too, I was super like, this is so out of the blue. This is so random that she would bring in this stupid hologram and that there's mystery that's hidden underneath. But when you talk about your quotes from ACOTAR,
I had to bring them up because it's full
love that.
circle.
I love that you brought that up.
Because when I said I think the secret book, other than Minorian, but I'm kind of, I don't know now. When I said I think the secret book is definitely a prequel with like Lauren and Tamlin and everything and how he saved her, and it's gonna come back to like, it's going to end with Rune going to his mother's house.
Oh, I would love that.
Like, it's going to be the whole compendium of all of the history, everything that fucking happened with, you know, everything. Rhys and Moore and Lucian and Tamlin and Rhys and all of these people, Amarantha, like all of the history, whatever. But there's going to be the big aspects of all of this from Crescent City and from book 1 and what happened. Who drew the mural? The sister. Rhysand's line. His sister's line. Rhysand's sister looks like her. You cannot fucking tell me she didn't add that for a reason. After the hologram, after fucking recapping this exact scene of the mural from the Spring Court.
I know. I'm like, I kind of have chills from you connecting the mural and reading that mural. Like, right now, it's just hitting me right now how truly connected that hologram and that Celine piece and even that Azrael sentence, it's one sentence in a massive 800-page book or however many pages it is, but it
had to be there.
It holds so much weight. Why? And it's like she didn't have to bring up the sister at all. It's a Crescent City book. No one's thinking about Rhysand's sister.
And it's still fucking weird how she doesn't have a name because the name would give it away.
I know. Right? I know it would.
So I did say that, like, okay, I think that, again, at some point, like, the Dusk Night Court and the Spring Court probably had children. That's Tamlin's line, and that's why Tamlin has the Starborn. And, like, she was his battery. Like, Hunt was, you know? They both had the Starlight. Like, I think maybe like calls to like. Right. Our favorite quote, like calls to like, Starlight calls to Starlight. Yeah. And you think that they were mates. They could have been mates because like calls to like.
I think they were mates. But
and that's yeah. So that's I'm telling you, I actually kind of think it might be our prequel now.
I would freak out
because
I would love it.
When you're like, do you really think she's looking at book 1? This proves it. This absolutely proves it.
I love that you came back to this. Like, I have to say, this is probably one of my favorite podcast episodes because you connected a book I was so disappointed in with book 1 to show that, like, no, Sarah's being very thoughtful.
Still in her head.
It's still in her head. She's considering things back to ACOTAR. So, you know, maybe CC3 is a little bit of a dodge. Maybe it was, I think the problem was it was the marketing of the book. Put our expectations a little bit high.
So then the rest of the whole thing, when she's talking about the mural, it says the various lands and territories now given to the High Fae, still so much territory, such monstrous power spread across the entire northern part of our world. So dusk and night.
Dusk and night.
I knew that they were ruled by kings or queens or councils or empresses, but I'd never seen a representation of it, of how much they'd been forced to concede to the south and how crammed their lands now were in comparison to the humans, because they had to give up land, right, to the humans?
Yeah.
Our massive island had fared well for Prithian by comparison, with only the bottom tip given over to us miserable humans. The bulk of the sacrifice was borne by the southernmost of the 7 territories, a territory painted with crocuses and lambs and roses. Spring lost the most territory. So, if you're thinking of the history, Spring and Night had equal amount of lands originally. Night Court's the biggest territory. Well, Night and Spring used to have an equal amount of territory before Spring was forced to concede to the humans.
Yes.
And then she's talking about the wall, and the human lands, blah, 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 no markers, touches of spring trees in bloom, fickle storms, young animals. The 6 other courts at Prithian occupied a patchwork of territories. Autumn, summer, winter were easy enough to pick out. Then above them, the 2 glowing courts. The southernmost one a softer, redder palette, the dawn court, and above in bright gold and yellow and blue, the day court. Above that, perched in a frozen, mountainous spread of darkness and stars, the sprawling, massive territory of the night court. There were things in the shadows between those mountains, little eyes, gleaming teeth. A land of lethal beauty. The hair on my arms rose. I might have examined the other kingdoms across the seas that flanked our lands, like the isolated fairy kingdom to the west that seemed to have gotten away with no territory loss and was still law unto itself, Highburn, had I not looked to the heart of that beautiful living map. In the center of the land, as if it were the core around which everything else had spread, or perhaps the place where the cauldron's liquid had first touched, was a small snowy mountain range. From it arose a mammoth solitary peak, bald of snow, bald of life, as if the elements refused to touch it, which we now know why, because of the first light, remember?
Yes.
There were no more clues about what it might be, nothing to indicate its importance, and I suppose that the viewers were already supposed to know. This was not a mural for human eyes. With that thought, I went back to my little table. At least I'd learned the layout of their lands, and I knew to never, ever go north. And then she says, I eased into my seat and found a place in my book, my face warming as I glanced at the illustrations scattered throughout, a children's book, and yet I could secretly make it through its 20 pages or so. Why did Tamlin have children's books in his library? Why were they from his own childhood or anticipation of children to come? It didn't matter. I couldn't even read them.
Or anticipation of children to come.
Rune. I am still not convinced that Rune was the Autumn King's son.
I agree with that. I would have thought she maybe would have addressed it in Crescent City 3, but now I'm thinking she's just kind of holding off.
I think it's going to be a Baron Lucian Helion situation where Lauren literally couldn't say anything until Einar died because, you know, she would be giving up his safety, her safety, and all of that. Right?
Yeah.
That's what I think.
It's interesting that in this book, she kills off Einar. So with his death, are we going to see,
what's going to happen to Lauren?
Yeah.
And what is she going to say when Rune tries to explain, like, what happened to Bryce?
Yes. I know.
Is she going to be like, why didn't you tell me? I wanted to go back home. Like,
or he's not your dad.
He's not actually your dad. We could go meet your dad.
Let's go. Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's try and figure it out. Or because Lauren doesn't know Bryce can open portals yet. She has no idea. Exactly.
That's like a whole other book. That's a whole other novella.
I know. So are we going to see? But the problem is we're not going to see it in the next ACOTAR book because they're Crescent City characters. Sorry, guys. It's my beautiful daughter. She's a guest on our podcast.
Hi.
You say hi.
I don't know because she did say she wanted to open the portals again. So I'm hoping that, again, the secret book is like half flashbacks and half like all of this resolving because there is a reason that she keeps Rhys mad about this.
Yes.
She keeps bringing it up. Rhys's sister. Will you forgive me? I never heard an apology. And then Selene looks just like Rhys's sister. If Selene can open the portals with like a fraction of Thea's Starlight, Lauren could have. Again, she could have been Tamlin's battery. Or Tamlin could have been her battery, actually.
Or also, and you bring up a really good point. Like, why did she go into such detail about the fact that Selene can open the portal? Why? We see females opening up the portals. Lauren is opening up portals. It had to have
Tamlin
been.
was her battery. That's what it was. Tamlin was her battery.
I love it. I love it. I love this series. It's like one of my favorite. It's my favorite. I love it.
And you can't, again, you cannot tell me that those were Amren's paints in Rhys's family's cabin.
It just doesn't make sense. I mean,
Stashed
I know
all
Amren.
the way in the back.
Yeah.
The blues.
She has never once shown an inkling for art, for painting, for anything besides her jewels and like puzzles. That's it.
Nothing. Oh, Amren tried for a week. More is a liar. She lied. She lied.
She's lied about everything in the series. She just
We
lies
don't even know what
constantly.
Moore knows. Her power of truth. No idea.
She has never. The problem with Moore is when her character finally becomes more of a main character, she's gonna be spilling secrets like 500 years old. You know,
she's gonna be worse than the cereal.
I know she is. It's funny. We should see like the cereal and Moore be painted together more often, and we don't see that ever.
So interesting thought. The secret book, if this really is the prequel and the Lauren thing, it could absolutely lead into the Moore and Eris novella.
It totally could.
Because of what Eris knows and what Moore knows, right?
Yeah, it could. The truth. I do think it's I don't know. I really want it to be a novella. I think it's probably going to be a Minorian though, because she said she's going to get emotional over some of the characters that are going to make appearances. So I don't know. I don't know.
She still kind of loves Rhys, and she makes a point to bring up his sister all the time.
He brings her up constantly. What I could see happening is maybe the next ACOTAR book being, I think it's going to be Azrael's story. Personally, I think it's going to be Az. Yeah, and then I think we might get a Minorian book after that, and then I think maybe ACOTAR would be 7. Might be more of the
Moore and Eris novella.
Yeah,
I do think the novella is coming before Illusion's book. Sadly,
I agree. I think Illusion's
to break it up.
Yeah.
Because the Valahan thing was all the way in Act of War. Like, she has to just wrap it up. She's like, just wrap it up.
I still agree with what we said, that it's going to be, we're going to see Azrael. So we still are Night Court, and then we're going to see Illusion at the very end. I am convinced they are going to be one of the last books.
The slow burn. Yeah.
It's a painfully slow burn.
See, what I would like, even though I'm not confident it's going to happen, the next book will be Azrael and Gwen, and it will still deal with some of Nesta and Cassian's.
Yes, I agree.
Stuff.
I agree.
Especially because, Gwen's her friend, Azrael is his brother, stuff like that. And then I would like, I know probably the Minorian novella, but then I would like a Nesta Duskcourt novella, which could lead into them realizing, oh, maybe Rhys's sister did some stuff here. Like, they could find something of hers or something like that. That could lead into the prequel Tamlin whatever novella.
Yes.
And then after that leads into Moore and Eris's history book. What they knew about it. Didn't say about it. Because again, he knew about the mountains and the First Light stuff, which is weird. And then that leads into, okay, my father is now in league with Koshi, and that's the Koshi War, and that leads into the Illusion book, and Lucian having to save Elaine from Koshi, and all of that stuff, and that would be kind of a good end to the series. But then I feel like after all of that, and if Lauren decides to stay in Crescent City with her family and all of that, Tamlin got his second chance mate in Briar, and then Tamlin could have his ending book, and it brings everything full circle.
I agree. I completely agree with your sequence. I think it makes total sense. She's going to flush out the Night Court. She's going to figure out Azrael and Cassian and Nesta and Gwen, because they're all friends. It's exactly how you said it.
Yeah.
And then
what Eris knew, and then in Baron, and then Baron's with Koshi, and then Koshi wants Elaine, and then Lucian saves Elaine, and then Tamlin's there fighting with them. And at some point, at this point, they know, like, maybe Rhys's sister isn't actually dead. And so then Rhys and Tamlin have a conversation. And, Briar is there helping the Winter Court fight. And then, like, the bond snaps. And then, like, it would be so cool.
It would be so cool, and it would be such a great progression of the series and of the books and everything. So
We have to bring it full circle. The first book was like Tamlin cursed and sad. And like
yes,
and even in these books, not being able to tell anyone anything about the mural, about the sister, about anything. And then him like still helping people, still helping people, still helping people. And it's like
yes.
he has to be like the last book full circle. Give him his another mate or his second chance mate.
Yes.
Maybe they can have two mates.
Yeah. Yeah. And also, real quick, because I know I gotta go. I have a couple restless children here. People keep saying that she keeps these quotes that you can have a mate in a different is it a different world?
Yeah.
She kind of like says that quote, and I think we're all thinking Bryce, people were thinking Bryce and
Yeah.
Azrael, or no one really knows what that means. What
Yeah.
if she's simply just talking about Lauren and Tamlin?
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I know you think Tamlin will end up with Briar, and that's a
do.
possibility. And so I think it's 50-50. He could end up with Briar, he could end up with Lauren, he could end up with nobody. There's a couple
see,
different
that's
things.
the thing. I don't know if him and Lauren were like mates. I do think that they were more like Lucian and Jasminda, like I've said. Like they really believed that they were, and they were
Yeah.
waiting for it to snap, and then all this stuff happened, and he had to send her through the portal, and it like still hurts him and everything.
Yes.
And then Briar's actually his mate. But I do think him finding out Briar is his mate is going to happen after he gets closure with Lauren.
I agree. I totally am on board with this. So,
and
you
because
wanna
she's
know
gonna
what?
be like, I'm staying in my like where our son is.
Yeah.
But we can open portals. We can visit. You can
Yeah.
visit. Like
Totally
he's your
a
son.
possibility.
I'm so excited. Like I really need this. Sarah J. Maas, please.
Melanie, my closing words will be this: if it doesn't happen, you and I need to write it. Okay?
No.
It's not going to be this story, but very similar. We should co-write this together.
We will write this together.
Yes. Well, friend, I know we're not done with the Starlight Pool theory. But I know we got.
Yeah, there's a theory that branches off of it, but for now, this was a pretty good conclusion to it.
I like this conclusion, and I can't wait to talk with you next time about.
I can't wait to see what people think.
All right, well, keep me posted, and we'll talk some more. Okay.
I will.
Can you say bye?
Bye.
Say bye. Bye.
Bye.